Is that better? Yes. I've been talking to myself for like forever. Sorry about that, chat. I really thought I was live, but apparently I started the stream on the PC too fast after I ended it, so it never went live. That's bright. Yo, Blackjack. Did you just send me $100? So serious fasting. So she said to me when I jokingly said, "Well, I'll just go and order a pizza," and she's like, "We have leftovers. You're not allowed to buy pizza. I will take the card away from you." Now I have my own money to spend, Siri. Huh? What are you gonna do about it? Huh? What are you gonna do about it?
Chat. Give me all of your money. Right now. Do it.
Do it.
Jack Joe for cheered X104.
You feel like you need to draw me naked? Titanic style. Shall we change lens so it's not as grainy? Because I feel this lens is a little... Oh, I was zoomed out. I can also turn on some lights. Zoomed in. Let's swap the lens. I want to get my phone on charge. I guess that doesn't matter. It can die. Oh yeah, lens. Let's try the other one and see if we prefer it. So the first time we lost connection, I'm having it green, by the way, just to honor Gruen Dragon and make him happy. So if you're not here, I'm gonna be sad. And second time we lost connection. Well, the first time we lost connection, it was battery related. Second time we lost connection was that I changed the PC. Why honor you? Because you sent us pistachios and you're a super cool dude that helps us out financially and is a great friend at the same time. It's like having a customer you love spending time with. Do you understand how lucky I feel about that? I mean, can you imagine doing this if everyone you chatted to was just unpleasant? Like, sure, if they pay you money, you'd probably still do it, right? But yeah, how lucky I feel that let the chart for a second. It'll come online. How lucky I feel that we have people that support us financially and I enjoy spending time with. Yeah, it's a very good thing we have you, all of you, because you all bring something unique to the table. Like some chatters always start those super interesting conversations, and other chatters, their presence, like Instantly Fire is one of those. Just knowing that he's lurking, it motivates me so much. Because I know how much he appreciates it. And he's a very quiet chatter. Very quiet viewer. But knowing that he's watching, it doesn't matter if I stream for 6 hours and there's no chat messages, because I know that he's here. He's enjoying it. And then there's other chatters that just goes ham and supports us financially speaking. And those who make us laugh. You guys change our days. And as a streamer, like, not every day you feel on top, like you can give to the world. Not every day you feel you have anything to share, nothing to talk about. You maybe have a bad hair day. I never have bad hair days. But, just kidding. And those days, being a small community streamer can be incredibly hard. It can be hard being a big community streamer as well, but imagine you have that really bad day, but you can trust that there will be someone from the community just lifting you up, because that's what friends do, right? You lift each other up. I really shouldn't try to do two things at once. I'm going to call this a new stream. And separate this from the hiking streams and the VODs. Hiking stream, the shopping stream. Thor has a shaven head, so he has always a bad hair day. Oh, Chad is off screen. Where you going? Where you going, Chad? So I shaved my head with a razor. That's the last time I cut myself. And since then it's been growing. And I have no intentions whatsoever at doing something about it. I intend to leave it and see where we're at in X amount of time. That's my goal. So now I've updated game and title. Now we only have to launch the game. I am so incredibly happy that we fixed my old save on Farming Sim yesterday. I worked on accepting that it was gone. I thought it could happen, that I never get to play on my farm again. Should we do display capture? Yeah, whatever. Let's turn that off so we don't double capture. Swedish grocery store look like? Yeah, dude. Do it. This is a banger of a song. Woo! Hairband? What? A new hairband? Fixed it. We installed we enabled the the console so we could see what made it crash, and then we removed the mods associated with the crashing, and then it worked. So it was a pretty noob thing, to be honest. And we had to edit the game.ini. We had to hack it, change it from false to true on enable console. Then we could press the tilde key and we get to see what's going on. And then we went into the game directory on the documents folder, and under mods we removed some stuff until it worked. I know it's not hacking, but for a plebeian like me, it felt fun imagining for a second that it's hacking. Oh, it's raining. Oh no. Oh no, it's 3:40 in the afternoon and it's raining. We were doing soil sampling and we were fertilizing. That's what we are doing. Soil sampling and fertilizing. So we've done this area. Oh wait, no, we've done the whole area, right? The whole field. And we were going to this field. Yeah. Oh, glam rock band. I'm down for that. I'm really down for that. And this is where you run vanilla games. I get that. This game is so good with mods though. Like, I could never have done the 10 million bank loan without mods. I mean, I guess that's not game changing. It just made it way faster for me to reach my goal and get going. So it wasn't better per se. I didn't check where I needed to fertilize. Here on field 20. I need to fix field 18, and then I need to do all of the other fields. Cool. So as soon as I head out on the fields, let's turn on the lights. As soon as I head out on the fields, I think I should see where it's red, but it looks quite clear to me that this is where it needs some more fertilizer. Look at that. This is pure black. And here, it's like, what's this? What's this? Should be a fairly easy fix. So an AI did this. Now it should shut off. Yeah, buddy. It shut itself off. It's magic. This tool is magic. Am I quiet, chat? I feel a little quiet. A little quiet, yeah? Let's see if I can. Let's see if that is too much. Oh, that's nice then. I don't have to scream. If I'm blowing anyone's ear, oh, that's too much. How about that? Oh, that feels good. So we're making the economy of the field worse now. It's a really cool thing they added where it counts the fuel usage. So if I just go in the menu here and we go to field 18, you can constantly see how the cost for liquid fertilizer goes up, but also the fuel cost. So currently it's $10, which is like nothing. 8.3 liters, it's quite unreasonable. I guess this is a small tractor, maybe. You can now compare how much fuel they use and like the maintenance cost, because it counts vehicle maintenance. So I can take the same field, do the task with the small tractor, and then do the task with the big... Hi, Nick.
Neko014 / resubscribes. 10 months. Hello there, Coco. Hi.
Hello, buddy. Chat, do you understand how well we have performed this stream? I think I've made more this stream than I did the entire last year. Well, that's because of Blackjack. The Minimap live updates, I know! This is the new Precision. It's a free DLC. It's not like a... They released it as a new game update, right? But it's a DLC, but it's a big DLC. And it's free, and it's available under ModHub. So this sprayer, for example, is new. It has cameras on the boom, the things you see up there, that looks for weeds. So now I was spraying fertilizer, right? But if you have weeds and you have herbicide in it, it looks for weed and it only squirts on weeds. That's magic. And then there's this thing. This is a sensor. Let's see if we can get down under and see the sensors. That senses soil fertility. This stuff exists in real life. So it looks at the soil and sees how much nitrogen and what pH the soil has. So it can adjust how much fertilizer it puts on. So if you check these precision farming maps here, you see like the different colors is how much nitrogen you put in. And it can even adjust depending on what the plants need. So if you have the green foliage up, the camera scans the foliage and applies a variable rate of fertilizer based on what the plant needs. Bonkers tech. I think I'm going to be doing field 14 and 15. So I can do some soil sampling and sort of stay ahead of the helpers. So I send the helpers out on the big fields. And then I can help out with the smaller fields manually later when I'm done with the soil sampling. There's a vehicle in my way. Could probably do another 4 rows. One, two, three, 4. So in here maybe? One row too many. I think this is so cool. So now you get perfect soil. And then we go to the electric, wherever that is. There we go. And we're gonna do some soil sampling. Light doesn't seem to want to work. That's right. How does that look? I mean, maybe we don't need it. Maybe it's just too bright. Let's do that. That's better. It looks a little weird. That's fine. Professional streamer here. I feel it's better that you can see me clearly than that it looks cinematic. Do you agree, chat? I'm gonna start here. I mean, why not? Gotta start somewhere. So now we're using a probe to poke a little hole and take a little soil. And it puts that little soil in the cup. And then we send it off to the lab and they test it. And we get to know what soil type we have. And that is beneficial, so you know how much fertilizer you put on and how thick the seeding will be. Like what seed rate you run. So I'm pretty sure this is already seeded with corn, maize. To me it looks like this needs heavy fertilizing. This is vanilla. Oh no, well, they promote it as a vanilla mod. It's made by the game devs. It's made by Giant, and it's paid for by like a farmers union or something. I don't know. And it's to raise awareness of how important soil is. So it's almost like a humanitarian addition to Farm Sim. So you see your environmental score, like depending on how big tractors you use, you get like a different score, and the better score you get, the higher your income will be. You get up to 15% extra for your crops if you have perfect score. Hi Wizard Knights, thank you for choosing me as your raid target. I shall do my best to continue farming for your buddies whilst you head off. Maybe you are going to sleep, maybe you're going to work, maybe you're just tired of streaming. Whatever caused you to send your followers this way, I appreciate you. Hi, Frostbite. Frostbite fanatic. So on the minimap you can see a little yellow blinking light. That's the area that I'm currently sampling. And the green is sort of where I potentially could sampling. And then I just activate the sampler, slow down, take the sample, drive off, and repeat. You can pay to have this done, but it's about 5 times more expensive than doing it yourself. So if you have the time, I have already planted all of my fields, so I have the time to do this. I do not know if this is something you do every year in game, or if you do it like once and then you find out. If this is something you do every year, jeez, if you have a lot of fields, that's a lot of work. But it can really increase your yields. Decrease your fertilizing needs, decrease your seeding needs, or increase the yield by seeding more seeds in areas that germination will be harder. So you can guarantee a high yield in your fields. So this is great science. So that's the field done. Now we send those to the lab, and in like half an hour we'll get the results. Hello, love. So I'm allowed to buy pizza now, because Blackjack donated $100 for me to get pizza. Yeah, the pizza place is closed. Now, not tomorrow. Puppy eyes and sad cries. I don't mind eating pizza now and in 3 days. I will admit. Yeah. She's doing fasting. If you wonder why she's. Welcome back, Wizard Knights. Thank you for sitting through 5 minutes of ads. Probably only 2 minutes. I'm explaining to my girlfriend behind us here that Blackjack donated $100 so I could order pizza. Now I can't order pizza right now because the pizza place is closed, but I can do it tomorrow. And when I told her this, she started crying because she's fasting. 7 days only water. She's crazy.
You can do 7 days of slightly less tasty food.
Her argument is that during her fast, I should eat foods that makes me unhappy. Mm. You know you can stop this whenever you want.
Yeah, and whenever I want, it's on Friday.
Yes.
That is when I'm stopping it, because that's when I want to stop it.
It would be so cool. I mean, I think technically you could pause as a streamer. I could set it up on the Stream Deck to pause the automatic alert rate ads, because I've set it to 5 minutes per hour, which is the least you can do on YouTube. I think YouTube has a minimum of 5 minutes of unskippable ads per hour. So I thought it was a fair level.
Dragon, that doesn't make any sense. You don't want pizza anyway. You have pistachios. No, I don't. I have nothing. I have water. I have water for 3 more days. 3 more days and 4 nights. Nothing but water. So no, I don't have pistachios, but I'll get pistachios for you. It's okay. I'll get it.
Anyways.
Yuki's piece.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Don't wake me up in the morning. Don't. Are you gonna do a sewing stream tomorrow? I'll set it up and I'll leave the camera prepared for you. You can just. Yeah. Wait, did you leave at preschool at 10? Ah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Can always freeze it and make popsicle? What, freeze the pizza? Popsicle pizza. Oh, wrong button. Yeah. So I won't eat salmon. No salmon until you're done with fasting. I hear you. Loud and clear. Oh, water. Yeah, we talked about that. She has so many options during her 7-day water feast. She can eat ice, water popsicles. She can eat crushed ice. She can eat hot water. So many options. And not to mention what she can drink. She can drink stirred water. She can drink bubbly water. She can drink spring water. She can drink well water. Good night, Doyan. Shit, babe. Don't we have the soda streams from? Oh. It's supposed to be full of gas.
Blackjack. Good night, Dragon. Good night, Nana. Good night, Trumpet. Good night, Thor. Goodbye, everyone.
She said good night, everyone, if you didn't hear. And she said good night to every people in chat that said good night to her. Woo! Okay. The fields are looking beautiful, fantastic. I like the spread of colors. Makes me very satisfied and happy. She can do warm water, cold water, ice cubes, crushed ice. So many options, yes. I'm driving like I'm drunk. Where am I gonna park the soil sampler? Not here, anyway. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Gotta indicate, man. I guess I can just park it next to the sugar beet cutter. But this is a good spot of it as any. Oops. I have temporarily forgotten the hotkey to detach the tool area. Crazy lady identifies as bullying. AI knows. Whoa, 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 slow down. Smallest goes first. Whee. This tractor is dedicated for feeding my cows straw or putting in bedding rather. But now I realized I don't need to do that. So before I always took the bales. I have bales. Let me show you. Let me show you right now. I have a stack of bales here that I've been using together with this bale muncher. And I've been feeding my cows with that. Or putting in bedding rather. So you drive through this open passage. And then you spray bedding all over the cows. I have since realized it's much more convenient to just open up this door and shove a bucket in there. So I currently have this is a bit of a mess, I'm sorry. Please look away. The hay barn had so much straw that the hay loft got full. So you take a scoop of straw. This is about the same size as a bale with this bucket size. And instead of shredding it, you just squeeze through the doors, and I mean squeeze. There you go. And then you just dump it. I was already full, but you get the point. And if you don't want to squeeze like that, there's the second option, but the feeding robot itself, you can drive through the door and just lean over the railing. It's fine too. But as the hayloft gets emptied, I'll be able to take more and more of this pile and put it in the hayloft instead. switch bucket. So I only use that bucket really for picking up rocks, because I can't lift rocks in the silage fork. But then I keep forgetting to switch back. And only now that I realized that this bucket is in the way, I remember that I can switch, and this fills. This can take twice as much per scoop. I think it's gonna be full with this one. No? Man. Can fill up. How much more can we take? Math. 360. 460. Isn't that... Hey. Is this... What? Isn't that more than 500? That is more than 500. I'm not complaining. Maybe that's a bug. But I'm just gonna keep shoving in there until they stop. I am fairly certain it's supposed to hold 500,000 liters. Combined. Between the two. Hay and straw. I mean, I think you can have more than two things, but I only have two things in mind. Feels so good getting this pile out of the way. So when I realized that I have way too much product for this hayloft, unfortunately I didn't have the money to buy a second hayloft. So I had to make do. And I made a big pile, and I've had it there for 2 seasons. Oy, oy, oy. Is it in it now? That's more than 500,000. Now I don't even have to do the math. It is more than 500,000. Fantastic. So there was an update to this hayloft. They added a light on the side of the porch, or the side of the face, siding on the gable. You can see a little green line up there. I have not yet had the pleasure of seeing it at night, but I imagine it being very nice to have it lit up. But I don't think they changed the volume, so that makes me a bit confused. Oh yeah, before we keep going, the AI is probably done with this field, so I can send them on to the next field. I mean, you did a shitty job, but if I just drive this way, it'll be like 2 passes here and 1 there, and half a pass here. It's not the end of the world. I think you did a pretty good job. Fairly good job. Here we're applying 179 liters per hectare of nitrogen. It's cotton on this field, and we're currently on loamy sand. Oh, forgot what I was doing there for a second. Is it just me, or have they made it easier to see where you have fertilized and not? Like around the tractor? I at least feel like the darker area is more visible than it has been in the past. This machine turns so well. It has like a hydraulic ram on the drawbar. So a lot of these have rear wheel steer. This has solved it in a different way where I'll jump out and show you. Really clever feature. The drawbar that you connect to have hydraulic rams inside. So when you're steering, it can give way on the inside and push out on the end. So if we look through the cab, you see that the drawbar turns, making it like really maneuverable. Look at this turning radius. I mean, sure, this tractor has 4-wheel steer, but still, that's insane. And when you're reversing, you don't want it to do that naturally, because that would make reversing hard. So when you're reversing, that feature is turned off. I can display it. It makes it a little harder to aim. But I guess if you were driving this for real, you wouldn't aim, you would have auto steer. Let me just fold it up so you can get up on the road. So you see, when I'm reversing, the drawbar is stiff. So I don't have as good turning radius when I'm reversing. But if I'm going forward... Oh, apparently not when it's folded. Oh, we learn something every day. When you're folded, you go into road mode. And it doesn't turn. Jesus. Never cease to amaze. Cool, now AI will work on that field, and I can continue with my straw. I'm really happy about this bug. Before we fill it up, let's see if we can dump any more here, like if it accepts. Oh, it's full. Looked quite full. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's gonna be really nice terraforming this area so it's a little flatter. Are you still here, Blackjack? Did you know this is multiplayer? So either you share a farm, or you can have like different, like your own farm, but on the same map, and you can still cooperate by hiring each other. So now I'm using AI to fertilize my fields, but I could make a contract, and I could pay you to do it if you have extra time. Yeah, the hayloft has been broken. I don't think it's supposed to hold this much material. The bank can pay someone to do jobs for me. But I don't have, you're right, I don't have any fiscal currency. I think we're fucked up. Chat. I was too greedy, drove too close, scratched the paint job. Who needs to look out back anyway, right? It's actually just a bigger chance that I'll drop what I have in the bucket if I try to get the last bit up. So, what's the total? 227,000 liters? That's not bad. You know what we'll do? We'll try to take a hay bale and put it on the hayloft. So over here we have a stash of hay bales. So let's grab a few. Issue when you have like too powerful of a wheel loader, you like lift your trailer by mistake. Oops. Also, I didn't get as many hay bales as I wished, but that's fine. Like, this is a, I think it's like 20-ton wheel loader. This is a big boy wheel loader. It could lift that trailer, no worries in real life. It worked. So that means we can take all of them. Probably. Free up the space over here. guess I could deliver them with that bale trailer. It would make things easier. Let's try it. I don't know if the electric can pull it though. I mean, he can pull it, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I don't know if he can pull it. Weight-wise. It's only 70 horsepower. So it'll move the trailer, but... Oh. It's not heavy enough. It can't steer. Whee! It's drifting. We need a bigger tractor for this. So, what tractor do we take? The fast track is busy, would have been a good option otherwise. So I think we do the 8RX. Whee! Drifting with the... This is a little bit more suitable of a tractor for it. A favorite would probably work as well. It doesn't have more horsepower, but it weighs more. Weight is important when it comes to pulling things. Oops. Someone parked it. A shredder in the way. Hi, Vincent. This works well. I mean, the stacks, it's sad that I messed it up, that they flip over. Tank's empty? Can't have that. So, what's the best course of action? The tanks are out. To trailer some new home? I think so. I'm gonna need so much fertilizer. I don't have a liquid fertilizer trailer. I don't know if such thing exists here. So I'll better do that before I do anything else. Pickup truck. What else vehicle can I use? Pickup truck. So I have the... Let's bring the favorite. I have a trailer. Forklift for everything, yep. I don't have a tractor though for it. Attached. I mean, I have a tractor. Favorite will do just fine. My idea is I have a trailer. Oh wait, this road isn't finished yet. This road is gonna go through here, but I haven't I've been greedy and I've seeded this field. Yikes. So let's see. I have a trailer, but I think it's full of eggs. I don't know if this is a good time to sell the eggs. The supermarket gives you 1,300. It's the shittiest time ever to sell eggs. So what am I gonna do? I need a trailer. Should I use the big trailer? Is that not loaded? Let's see if the big trailer is loaded. I mean, I have the dump trailer. I don't even know where the big trailer is. It's not there. Where is the big trailer? Did I uninstall the mod for the big trailer? And I no longer have the big trailer? It's the bale wagon, right? Bale. Yeah, I still have it. But where is it? I know there's a button saying show now, but that's not fun. It might be in the grove of trees over there. Yeah, I see it. I see it. It's not loaded. So that's a good thing. I've sort of hid it in shame. I hate this trailer. I hate is a strong word. It's not my favorite implementer tool on the farm, I'll tell you that. But it'll come in handy for herbicide. Sorry, I should have warned you. One more is coming. Thank you, trumpet. Gracias. Gracias. Do you say that in Flemish as well? Nah. Do you? You do. So basically, saying with an S, it's too German. Let's add a C and an L. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. In Swedish, we say prosit. Oops. So it's a little bit of a mess here on the yard, but we'll clean that up.
How do you think these tanks stack? I mean, it's IBC tanks, right? They should stack. Oh! If you do a good job. Oh, I'm way off. Oh, I find it so difficult. We're doing it though. We're doing it, fam. It's all about the viewing angles, right? Oh. Pull out. We did it. Because I don't think that is an easier thing to do once we got them on the trailer. I don't think they liked being stacked. Maybe I should avoid doing this. That's exactly how you do it. Yep. Professional stacker. We should buy more. Pallets. Fertilizer. Buy. Not enough money. Bank. Oh, what's this? What's this? Is this a manure spreader? Or like, what is it? Slurry container. So it's to freight slurry out to the field. I love one of these. 12,000. It's really affordable. But I don't afford it. We have a contract. Shall we accept? Yes, we shall. Whew. Fertilizing on field 5. Bank. Whew. We're not in any danger zone yet. We'll get some money. We have heaps of eggs to sell, worst case scenario. So I figured we'll buy a lot of herbicide and a lot of fertilizer. I mean, that is quite dumb. Now that I say it, I realize how dumb it is to borrow money to buy stockpiles of fertilizer. Because I pay interest, you know? What's the fun in having a stockpile of interest? Actually, we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna load two at a time. Because you can, if you're cheating a little bit, sometimes. I haven't tried it with IBC tanks actually. Maybe it doesn't work. Normal pallet you can lift 2 at the same time, but you couldn't with the IBC tanks. Lengthwise. You have to get extended forks for it. So we'll just have to carry them 2 at a time, this way. This might take a while, so I'll shut off the tractor. Good night, Thor. Sleep well. Good night to everyone who can read. I mean, safe is a concept for normal people. Daredevils, aka idiots like me, we're like, we gotta try it at least once. If it fails, we will reevaluate. The manual said you could stack them, you know? I'm following the safe practices. OSHA doesn't mind this, do they? And like the Road and Safety Administration, whatever it's called in the States. They'll pull me over and like, hello, sir, how much cargo do you have? I'm like, plenty. You want to buy some? It's tricky when you're looking from the wrong angle. Might seem like you're on the right track, but no. Way off. I'm too small of a fish. I hear you. But what's the highway traffic and safety thingy? There's like isn't there a body like that in America? Hi. They like examine incidents and stuff, and I think they do like surprise inspections, or like pull people over if they see some shady stuff on the highway. Maybe that's just the police who does that. Yes, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. That's a mouthful. Like these boxes, I mean the models of the game, have a little larger boxes than what visually is revealed. Gotta hurry to strap that down. Whew. Hi baby, Criminal Chan. Isn't it past your bedtime, baby? Should be sleeping. Do you need me to read you a bedtime story? Do 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 do. Spying on you? No. Only on Mondays. I feel like we're getting better at this. Like it's practice like anything, right? So I just read something that like if you have the door open on your loader, like you can get in and out of the machine quicker. And I thought that sounded like a meme. But it got me thinking, like, or maybe on this one you can't open the door, I realized. Maybe this one you can only... Weird. Can't get to that thing. Whatever. Hi, Moby. You can only open the window. I don't think that makes a difference. Let's close it. And then you compare that snappiness to this. Ah. Is there a difference? Seems to have had an accident. Hello? Why are you stuck? Get off, you stupid pallet! Get off! Get off my fork! Get off my fork! There we go. Things are going out of... Okay. Fuck that forklift. Thank you. Let's just strap these down. Oh, we're failing at strapping it down. Oh wait, it is strapped down. Oh yeah, right. Double strap. Oh, let's ignore the rest. You saw nothing, chat. $18,640 liters of fertilizer. This is a heavy load. Apparently, you can't even see the old lampposts. Can't even see the tractor behind. These IBC tanks are much bigger now than I thought they were when I loaded them. When I loaded them, it felt like the same thing to load it too high. Now I'm questioning the safety of this. Thank you, Gruen Dragon, for adding another sign to the counter. Awesome loading on that trailer. I think you're lying, Kato, but I accept it. Thank you for being here, and have a good run. In a heavy on farms. Did you install the 10 million mod? Good luck paying it off, because you keep wanting to buy more toys. So, I wonder what's the easiest way to fill this without folding the boom. Like, I wonder if you can do it from the rear. We'll try that. Oh, reversing like a drunk man. Oh, and we don't know what we're gonna fill the spray with either. Oh, it's fertilizer, we're so lucky. So there's pallets of both fertilizer and herbicide, and whatever is in the tank, it will refill, right? But the tank was empty, so we could have refilled it with anything. Ice cream. Ooh, some samish? I haven't had dinner yet. I was getting a little weak, or I felt a little weak. Maybe that's why. Look how beautiful of a job they made. Dime ice cream? Go kill that ice cream. But give me some, okay? Easy fix this field. Let's just get this tractor off. Okay, guarantees this still looks like ice cream. No, seems good. But I think you could. I mean, if you have some dried ice and a well-insulated styrofoam box, you can definitely send ice cream for like, I don't know. You could probably airmail it to America. We were given some chocolate I mean, chocolate isn't ice cream, I know, but it was in the middle of the summer. Or it was May. It was May, because it was for Sirius' birthday. And it was a company in Belgium, I think, called Sea Chocolates. Like the Zed chocolates. And I haven't tried all the chocolates in the world, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is like one of the most amazing chocolates in the world. I think the pieces were something like $20 each, and it was like a little tiny chocolate for like $10 or $20 each. I don't remember. And we got a box of, I think, 16 pieces. It was like hundreds of dollars for Sirius' birthday from the Real Saint Dirk. The Real Saint? Real Saint? Why am I saying Dirk? What's his name, Dirk? I feel bad for not remembering. He changed name though, so I think it's called Saint something. Here on Twitch, and we still have the box. It was a very beautiful, box, and inside it was one of Sirius' emotes on a plaque. And we savor those chocolate, let me tell you. Oof. Oof. They were so good. Best chocolate. I was very tempted to treat them like I treated you remember the pallets of trees? So I once bought 2 pallets of saplings, baby trees. And I put those baby trees on my pickup truck. And I realized, well, at the farmyard I don't have a lifting device that can take them off my pickup truck. So I drove in circles until I got speed, very close to the edge of the cliff to my silage area. And eventually they fell off, tumbled down. I don't see no issue with that. I mean, so if someone was down there, they could have gotten hurt. So now we're fertilizing oats on loam, and that needs a lot of fertilizer. 307, now it's 346, but that's a lot of fertilizer, man. I was thinking not to offload it from the trailer until I need a trailer. If I desperately need a trailer, I'll offload it. But otherwise, I'm gonna keep it on the trailer, so it can work as a refueling trailer. Damn it! I missed the spot. Ooh, tacos. Man, now we're talking. What's for dinner today? I mean, it's very late for dinner. It's like 11:30 a.m. p.m. 11:30 p.m. So I should have had dinner for 2 or 3 hours ago. But I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it yet. So what am I gonna eat? I'm gonna eat probably leftovers. We have some delicious leftovers though, from Sirius cooking before she started fasting. I said that like twice today. She's feasting. Quite the opposite. So if you look on the minimap, you see the yellow and green fields. That's the different requirements, like what the soil wants, because I've done tests. So I can determine how much fertilizer to put on. The yellow area, it wants like 280, 200 liters per hectare. And in the green area, I think it wants like 350 plus. Breakfast tacos? Jesus. Oops, wrong button. I do. But I also want Siri, because this is the thing. Siri is so generous and kind. But she can get stressed. So if she worries that it won't be enough or it will run out, it can cause her stress. And it's much better that I save her a little bit and have more left for her until she's done with the fasting. Then she will probably allow me to eat as much as I would eat if I ate now, right? It's not that she wants a bigger percentage. Should I send more? I saw the cost for shipping and I'm like, I think probably we could get it. I mean, the product itself, I actually Googled this. I haven't seen the honey for sure, but I've seen salted peeled pistachios, and that's fantastic. We love that shit. And they are more expensive in Sweden, but with the shipping included, it was sort of a wash. Yeah. But it's like you can send it in bulk, right? You just buy a container, the freight of a container. You don't need to buy the container, but you buy the freight of a container, and then or like part of a container, because the pallet of pistachios will last us a long time. A pallet of pistachios. There we go. That's what we need. We need a pallet 2 meters tall of pistachios. Because I mean, shipping isn't awfully expensive. It was that is airmail, right? That's true. The shipping is divided by more items. Yes. That's true. It's true. And I don't know the price of those jerkies compared to the other things, but have fun with Gabriel. Trumpet. Have fun. Oh, I asked before. I don't know if you answered. Does Gabriel pinch your nipples? Like, just grab onto them and twist when he's tired? That's the sign. When you're carrying him around and Eb is tired, he puts his hand down your shirt and he goes crazy on the nip knobs. Well, Eb has done this since he was infant. It's his comfort thing. It's like his pacifier when he wants to sleep. So it's this way of telling you that he's tired. And he struggles falling asleep without it. And I swear, almost every night I put him to bed, I lay there biting my tongue because it hurts so bad. But I know that he'll fall asleep significantly faster if I let him. It's pure torture. And I let him do it. It might be because of the bottle feeding. Yeah. But yeah, it's true torture. And he does that to Siri as well. He does that to my mother when he's when he's sleeping over. He's like just murdering nipples all over, left, right. And it's not just like he's pinching. He's putting his nails in there. He's rotating. He's treating it like a knob in a playset. I don't know. Like he's going absolutely crazy, and it hurts. It hurts a lot. Fill 20, and then the hills. Cool. It happens at times that I give up because it's a struggle, right? Before I used to go to bed with him. Now I stay awake. But when I went to bed with him, I wanted to fall asleep, right? So it's like either I'm in pain, accepting his nipple torture, or I struggle with him for like half an hour extra or an hour extra. What would you pick, chat? Purple nipple and sleep? Oh, it's not those. Okay. Happy baby, purple nipple and sleep? Or unhappy baby, healthy nipples and no sleep? When you put it like that, it seems quite obvious what you would do, right? Yeah. It's lovely. It's like cozy and it's nice and sometimes it's kind. But most of the time, it's just way too much. It's like sore. Especially when I always put him to bed. Like before, when he was below a year, it was me who put him to bed because Siri was streaming in the evenings, and now she streams daytime only. But when she was streaming in the evening, and I put him to bed, my nip-nops were so sore. Some days, as soon as he started touching them, it was like, okay, it'll help you fall asleep, so I accept it. That sort of deal. And now that Siri does it, that my nip-nops have returned to normal. They have recovered. And now I can take quite a lot of soothing. Okay, sorry that I kept you, Trumpet. Have a good one. It's like, it is a good and bad kind of deal. It's definitely okay. The Nipno story was too good to leave. Yeah, that's what happened. So apparently AI is quite poor at driving with this thing. Oh, would I like this? I think I would enjoy this a lot. It's a smaller telehandler, but it's big compared to my forklift. Like at the store, you saw me driving this. This is not a forklift. This is a miniature telehandler. Miniature telehandler, and it can't. It can't like a full extension. It can't even lift a pallet of a ton. It's mini. It's not a forklift, it's a telehandler. A forklift can go up and down, move it all around, but they can't extend. Me. And also this goes from the back. Skjutstativstruck. No. En skjutstativstruck is one of those you drive sideways. Right? So this is a classic forklift. And it has a... Oh, I don't remember. So I am actually educated in driving I have like a forklift license. I am licensed to drive forklifts. So, there's a different forklifts for different tasks. This one, the standing bit, I'll show you. The racing bit. Nah, that's not what I mean. This is called like the tripod. Let's call it the tripod, right? And then these are the forks. So the tripod, on some forklifts, the fork lift without the tripod extending. But this one doesn't. This one is not even halfway. This is like, as soon as you lift the forks, the tripod is going up. And the more you lift the fork, the more the tripod goes up. And on the good forklifts, the fork goes up. And then the tripod extends. And why is that important, you say? Well, if you're loading a trailer, for example, if you use one of these trucks to load a trailer, as soon as you lift, you'll tear a hole in the tarp. Right? So if you have height constraint in a lorry, for example, you can't load it with one of these because you'll just make a giant rip hole in the ceiling of the trailer. So on the warehouse that I was working when I was 17 or something like that, it was very important that you pick the right forklift because we had both kinds, and they have names like if they're extending or not. Like there's a name we were taught. And yeah, there was just a specific amount of specific truck you were allowed to use to load and unload trailers. When I was working as a forklift lift operator, I was mostly driving one of those you drive sideways, like a sideways loading, high lifting thingy. I think they've added one of those to the game. Yeah, here we go. So you sit sideways, and you might be like, "Oh, why do you sit sideways?" Actually, I don't have a good answer for that. You do. Easier to get in and out. I don't know. It still drives back and forth from the direction I'm looking. So why do you sit sideways? I don't really know. I mean, I guess it makes it narrower. And these are used to load and unload in alleys high up. I mean, this lift's tall. Tall, I tell you. So if you're in like between two rows and you're loading racks of pallets, this thing, I need to buy one almost to show you. The whole tripod can go in and out. So at full extension, it goes right and left from the view we have right now, right? So the tripod can go all the way out to the wheels. And it can go all the way into here. And when you're turning into the pallet shelves, right? You can pull the load towards the center so you can get around and get aligned. And then you can lift up and then you slide the whole tripod forward so the cargo ends up on the shelf. The pallet actually ends up on the shelf. And then you lower it down on the shelf and you pull the whole tripod back and then you reverse out and you turn around. So the reason it's sideways is most likely, I don't know if this is true, but most likely it is because the vehicle would be too long otherwise. And you would need bigger spacing on the shelves. And this is probably designed this way so you are to maximize the amount of storage you can have within a warehouse. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you drive a forklift backwards quite a lot. That's true. Because if you drive it backwards, you have way better visibility. If you don't have a pallet on, even if you have a pallet on, driving backwards is much better for visibility. So this is what I drove the most, one of these. We also had, I started off in the warehouse. I did this as a side gig when I was studying. I'm in Norway. I did this, this is a good statistic, yeah. I did this when I was studying to get some extra cash. And I started off driving a pickup truck. That's the wrong word. A forklift to do individual picking. The warehouse was for a store, right? So, on the bottom rows, you had like pallets that was opened, like dog food pallet. This was for a general goods store that sold like gardening stuff and animal products. Granngården in Sweden. So up top on the shelves you had the extra storage, and in the bottom two rows you had the stuff that the pickers go around and take. So a store, say in Gothenburg or in Stockholm or whatever, would order like 2 of those and 2 of those and 2 of those, and we're talking individual items, right? Not 2 pallets. They did that sometimes, but most of the time they ordered like, okay, we want 2 units of horse electric fence power supplies, and we want 5 spools of horse electric fencing, and we want 2 shovels of this kind, we want 5 bags of dog food, and we want a couple of dog watering bowls, like that. And you would get a little iPad thingy, and you would go around through the pallets through the shelves and pick one at a time, put it on a pallet, stack it nicely, and then you would go to the wrapping room and you would put it down the pallet and it would wrap it. It had like a machine. So you just put it and it rotated the whole pallet and it spun it with plastic. And then you put a sticker on it and you drove it to the drop-off zone. And then another worker would load it onto the truck that would drive to the store. And I did that for 2 months. And then I was promoted to driving one of these that we're looking at. And the difference in the workload when driving the pick vehicle, which was like a smaller forklift, basically. You lift heavy weights. I mean, it's like 20 kilos of dog food and whatnot. You basically lift tons every day, which is great. But most people wanted to drive these. It was sort of a fight. When you came in the morning, all the hired staff, like not the employed by the warehouse, but everyone that worked by hour, they didn't know what they were doing, right? So they go and look at the board and like, I'm picking today. And then it's like, yeah, man, I'm driving the high lifting thingy. It's like, yeah, win. And it was like that for me in the beginning as well, because these are a lot of fun to drive, and it's such a lazy thing. Oh, it's incredibly lazy. The most demanding thing you're doing, except just turning a little joystick, that no resistance, is that when you're refilling, because what you're doing is, yes, you're also offloading the incoming trucks, right? The incoming trucks get offloaded and you put them in the shelves. But the biggest part of your job is to go around and refill the lower 2 floors, which the pickers can pick from. So whenever something is empty on a pallet for the pickers say like, hey, I took the last of this item. And that sends an order to someone driving a forklift like this. And then you on your computer in the forklift gets a ping. Deliver from F32 16, like how high it is and what pallet and how deep in, like exactly the position of the pallet, and deliver it to. So you go like, most of the time they were sort of close to each other, but sometimes you stored something in like a completely different part of the warehouse because the shelves were full next to the pick area. So you like went to one part of the warehouse high up, so you break your neck like just looking up there, because they lift like what? I think ours lifted 12-14 meters. So trying to maneuver those forks into a pallet 14 meters up in the air, it was a little daunting at first. Like the first couple of days I was driving one of these, whenever I saw there was like a top shelf item, I was like, oh jeez, this is gonna be scary. Because I mean, it's a lot of weight up there, and if someone is nearby, I mean, the pickers, they run around like ants with their little trucks, and then you come with a big one. They give you space. They don't want to die, right? So they make sure to not come close to you when you're lifting up high. And then you took one of those pallets down, you drove to where it was supposed to be, you put it down, you walk out, and if you're not lazy, you would manually take the empty pallet, right, and pull it out of the stack. But you could drop the new pallet, lift the old pallet, move it out, and then go back to take the new pallet and put it in. Most of the time I moved it by hand because an empty pallet doesn't weigh anything. And then you put in the new pallet, and you had to take your pocket knife and unwrap it, because the pallets that are stored are all wrapped in like plastic wrap, and it's very it's like for the pickers to do that, they could do that, right? But then the picker has to carry the wad of trash, the plastic, right? The plastic wrap. So it was much nicer that we restocked, cut it open, removed the whole plastic film, took the old pallet, drove it over to where the old pallets go, and then went to trash the plastic wrap. And then you sat around. And most of the time, these orders, we were like, say we were 20 pickers, then maybe we were 2 restockers in the warehouse. And most of the time we were driving between gig and gig and gig, like just new order. But sometimes it was like 10 minutes of just sitting around doing nothing. And what I tend to do, because I got bored, I mean, you could play like the card games, like Solitaire on the PC, if you were really bored. but most of the time I went around cleaning. And I think that is what made the difference. They saw that, I think, the staff, the bosses of the warehouse. So they quite quickly, either they liked me, either did a good job. I don't know. I didn't ask them why, but after working in this warehouse for 2 months, they only let me drive one of these, not the pickers. So I was sort of promoted to be a dedicated loader, which I loved. I thought it was great fun. These things are fun, man. These things are great fun. I once made a boo-boo though. This was very early, very early in my me working there, driving those. So what I did is the pallet, the shelves we have, right? There was like alley after alley after alley of shelf, and they were like 14 meters tall. And on every shelf, in the middle of the shelves, there was a corridor where you can go through it, because the shelves were so long that if the picker had to like go in and out and in and out and in and out, there's a lot of driving. So they sacrificed a forklift width in the middle, so you can go like zigzag in between to make it faster. Lovely. And the entire warehouse, I think it was 18 rows of shelves or something like that. In the entire warehouse, those corridors in between are full height. The entire warehouse height, there's nothing. But on row 1 and 2, for some reason, I don't know why, it was only half height, meaning that it looked like an arch, right? So instead of being open all the way to the ceiling, it was like this. So there was like four shelf rows high, and then there was more shelves above. And I was driving one of those loading forklifts, those skjutstativstruk. And when you lift something up, it's quite slow. And when you drop it down, it's even slower. Bzzz, like really slow. And you're supposed to just sit there and wait for this thing. But the impatient driver, like me, well, let's turn around and simulate what I was doing. So now you have to pretend that the white area here, the concrete, is the shelf. So I'm lifting up and I'm offloading. This is only 4 meters. Imagine being 14. 14 meters is basically like the balcony. Like I'm loading on the balcony, whatever. And I back away it and I start lowering, but it's slow. So whilst waiting, I start reversing and I start driving. And honestly, when you've done this enough and you haven't done an accident yet, you become nonchalant. So I started driving backwards because, I mean, good visibility, you drive backwards. Then you don't see what's going on with the boom or the tripod, right? So as this is going down, I'm driving, looking the other way, not caring. And without thinking, I was in shelf 1 or 2. So when I go under this lower part, the top part of my tripod hits the shelf. And I'm coming in with speed, let me tell you. I was not cruising. I was going fast. So the top of my forklift, I didn't have a pallet on, but the top of my forklift bangs into the stack, the tripod shelf, the shelf for the pallet shelf. And the whole forklift crashes forward because this was tall. I mean, I was probably up here. So it tipped the whole forklift over. I landed on the forks and I fell like into the windshield. It was it's like, hello? Why wasn't I fired? So imagine running into something full speed with it up like that. The forklift was fine. Some scratches, but it was fine. The shelf wasn't as fine though. So the shelf is one of those like super thin metal but strong in holding. So when you crash into it sideways, you bend the bars and you ruin the integrity of the shelves. So they had to unload the entire row of shelves. This was done when I was not working. They had to unload every pallet and store it somewhere, which cost like, I don't know, like a half day. They probably worked overnight, not gonna lie. They probably had to hire people to work with like double overtime pay throughout the night to offload everything. They had to like call the company that makes the shelves and emergency order a new shelf unit, and they had to replace. They are modular, so you probably only had to replace like 5 beams around the accident or something like that. They didn't replace the entire thing, and then stock everything back again. I can't imagine what that costs. Well, let me tell you, it wasn't cheap for them. And the next day at work, no one was upset with me. I mean, no one was ever upset with me. This is so amazing. I mean, they probably have insurance for this, but yeah, that was a bit of a fail. So these forklifts can be very dangerous if you operate them wrongly. Not to mention, this is another issue. So center of gravity, right? If you have a pallet on it and you extend the tripod, like you slide it forward so the tripod is at the wheels. When you turn, because it only has one wheel in the back, it flips over. It wants to lean over, because the weight of the pallet is so far back that the whole forklift just, if you turn. Luckily, it sort of has these sliding pucks. So where do you see the mouse cursor? I don't know. There's a mouse cursor on my screen anyway. Do you see it? Yeah, you see it. Do you see this mouse cursor? I think you do. So there's pucks here. That's sort of supposed to prevent you from tipping over. And the amount of times you go through, like when you're driving, you go through a corner and you have forgotten to pull it in. This only happens when you have it slid out. So the whole tripod here can slide out to about here. And then when you turn at speed, the whole forklift goes crashing into this puck. And when it comes back, it's like this giant bang. So it's like, boom. You can hear it throughout the warehouse, let me tell you. And you've done 2 things wrong. One, you have forgotten to slide this back, or you've been too lazy to slide it back. Or you drove way too fast. And that happened to me more than once, let me tell you. And it's as scary. Like you're sitting in your own thoughts. And in the corner, you basically crash. Oh, it's awful. That's absolutely awful. And a little bit shameful. You're a little shamed when that happens. I was, at least. Your experience might vary. So Richard asks, this was a long time ago, sorry Richard, why forklifts don't have mirrors? A forklift like this do have a mirror, but not the side loading forklifts. Like these don't have mirrors. No point. No point in having a mirror. Oh man, I missed this. Maybe I should take a job as a forklift operator. It was a fun job. I worked there for 9 months, maybe. And I quit to become a photographer. I was offered a full-time gig, and I said to myself, well, if I take this job, because it was good pay, and I was like, if I take this job, I'm probably never gonna become a photographer, because I'll get used to the pay. And as a freelance photographer, you can't expect getting paid, you know. From the beginning. I guess doing it like Jack does is fantastic. So if you don't know, Jack is a freelance photographer. So he has a passion, an interest, and a hobby in photography, and has had for a very long time, I presume. And he's done a couple of like commercial gigs, but he does that as a side hustle at the side of his day job, which enables him to not require the income, but probably also, I mean, I haven't done the math for him, and I'm not. I mean, it's his finances, you know. But it seems like he probably has more gear than he makes money, because he has recently acquired an incredible set of gear. Oof. He has the latest Sony A7 IV, I believe, with a 24-70 version 2 G Master and a 70-200 version 2 G Master and a 200-600 millimeter. I don't know if that's a G Master or if it's just a G lens, but still, that kit from 24 to 600 millimeter. I don't know, $12,000. I don't know. That's a lot. I think the lenses are like 2,000 each. So 3 lenses then, plus the body, another 2,000. So yeah, that's only $8,000. But with memory cards, yeah, I got a 20 millimeter Samyang lens as well. Yeah, and a 24-70 from Samyang. Yeah. Yeah. It's a nice piece of kit. He has been a Nikon shooter for like all his life. Like I was Nikon until I bought a Blackmagic cinema camera, and then I sold that and got Sony cameras instead. Like the Blackmagic stuff, it's fun, but it was not ready for me. It wasn't reliable enough. So this must be faster than doing it with the forks, right? Realistically, could maybe pick 3 at a time with the forks, as I remember it. This is 14 at a time. Sure, it takes a little longer to load, but I think overall this is faster. Are you telling me it's full now? Hello? Okay, so the change is you're allowed to have 500,000 liters, but only of the, okay, so it's 1 million if you have different varieties of goods here. Okay. Well, that's a giant disappointment. Have a good night, Vincent. Sleep tight. Well, now we've made a mess here. That is an unfortunate fact. We have made a mess. Oh, What's for sale? Nothing new. I think. We're hoping for eggs to increase in value, but that's not happening. My animals are doing good. We have fertilizing on field 5 to do. Shall I use up my solid fertilizer? I think it sounds like a good idea. Because variable rate doesn't work on higher jobs, on contract jobs. So I might as well, if I find where I've parked it. Oh yeah, I know where I parked it. I wonder if they would work as a green screen avatar. Like if I apply the chroma key filter, will it do a good job at cutting it out? Should we try? For science, you know? So I have this solid fertilizer, and I think I'm gonna sell this equipment and use only liquid. Then again, I can use this for contract work. Did the worker finish field 14? Oh wait, we were on 20. Never mind. It did. So I'm gonna put this worker to I'm gonna activate a worker on field 5 to put on some fertilizer, and then I'm gonna finish off field 20. It looks a little bit like a mess as of now. Oh, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. And then I could start, when I'm done with that, I can start fertilizing my cornfields. Though they haven't cropped up really. And it says on the these fields here, it says that you want to see some green on the field. Otherwise this the sensor on the liquid fertilizer unit can't really read how much fertilizer the plants need. So the rates will be... I will probably overdo the rates. If I used solid or didn't have the See and Spray on the John Deere Pure Sprayer, it wouldn't matter. But now that I have the Pure Sprayer, I might as well wait for the corn to show itself. And it's 5:30 a.m. p.m. Sorry. Oof. 5:35 p.m. So when we're finished with the fertilizing for the day, we could probably take a sleep, and then I think we're running 2-day month, so it will be the 2nd of April. I'm unsure. We need to do rolling as well. Never mind. Ignore everything I've just said. For there's no sleep to be had. We need to roll our fields. Someone has placed a pallet of fertilizer here. Could be herbicide. I mean, that someone isn't me. It's my stepbrother. Oh, I mean in-game, I'm not alright. Because I was thinking that when this is fertilized, I'm done, but that's not true. We also need to do rolling. Or at least I think we do. Yes. At least on the hill fields. To push down the seeds and leave a nice surface. Let's see. Where? Fast track. Hi, Fashion. Have you been lurking? Or did you just tune in? That's fine. It's always okay to lurk. I have regretted so many times buying the smaller roller. So many times. I'm also slightly bothered by the fact that it seems AI either can't really drive with this specific implement. Maybe they struggle with it. What do I know? That's the truth of the day, Fashion. But AI makes a giant mess out of the fields with this one. And if that is AI or this field or this implement, I don't know, but it messes it up. And I even bought the 18,000 RTK station that allegedly is supposed to improve AI worker, and they still do this. It's gonna be nice trying the AI workers with a tool I know and see how they behave to figure out if it's this one, because I just installed it. If we dare opening up the map as we're driving, no, we don't. Ooh, wait. I didn't fold the sensor bar. It is a nice sprayer. Probably should fill it. Oh wait, I was gonna wait with spraying. Should I roll first? Are you actually done? It doesn't look like it to me. It looks like you've cheated, my friend. So here you see the client job. I absolutely love that they added to the minimap. This is like the most convenient feature ever. But anyway, now that there's no soil sampling done, it's back to the old like light blue and dark blue. Both my fertilizer are liquid. No, this is a solid fertilizer. Because this was the widest and cheapest sprayer when I bought it. But this is going to be replaced now that I have the See and Spray. So the See and Spray can apply depending on soil type, a variable rate of fertilizer, but then it can also detect the plant's needs and apply a dynamic rate based on that. Realized that we were supposed to wait. So since the roller is quite heavy and the fields are very steep, we're gonna take the big boy for this. The debt isn't going anywhere. Yeah. Do we want to put on the tow hitch? Oh damn, that scared me. Jeez. Calm your for talking. In this household, Amathara, we don't use any perfume whatsoever. No scented candles, no perfume, rarely any deodorants, like allergic friendly, no perfume, laundry detergent. We're cleaning the floors with pine oil, no scents whatsoever. And whenever we meet someone that's wearing perfume, it's like the most strong experience. Reason why? The detergent was because of Ebbe. Because babies are not supposed to have scented washing detergents. And why we don't wear perfume, it's because babies want to have, like, smell is very important for an infant. So in order to associate with the parent's smell, it's beneficial to have your smell and not the perfume smell. Because they bond with the smell when they're like a month old. And it's sort of a detox kind of thing, right? If you live in the middle of nowhere and you don't meet a lot of people, that's one thing. But like, we don't go to town very often, we don't go to malls very often, so we don't smell other people wearing perfume. And it's definitely one of those things you get when you get used to it, you can tolerate much higher levels of it, with anything from like scented floor cleaners to washing detergent and fabric softeners and perfumes, deodorants, stuff like that. But when you detox from it, everything smells too much, man. Like, just going near a person that has like what I previously would have considered a normal amount of perfume, it can be an unpleasant experience. Like, it's totally shifted. Totally shifted. I'm a quite unsweaty dude, and if I sweat, it doesn't smell bad. Like, I have very low body odor, I've been told. It's hard to smell your own body odor, but whatever. I don't have a issue with body odor. And I used to use deodorant once or twice a day, but now I only use it in days where I know I will do a lot of physical activities, or to sort of be safe in case I am like away in public or something like that. Like, if I'm doing something in where I really don't want to risk getting sweaty. But even if I am getting sweaty, it's not like the end of the world. It's not a big deal. Like, it would probably be fine. But I feel like deodorant does a great job at like basically suppressing your sweat glands, right? Like with deodorant, I'd say never. I'd never get like any sweat stains under my armpits in a t-shirt. But with without deodorant, it can happen. But it's like super rare. Like I can probably go for a jog without that happening. Why haven't gotten rid of that bush? Bush. I think it's charming, and it gives character to the field. Plus, I don't have the tool for it. I mean, I could go and lease it, I guess. Like today, we went to the store, and I was so hot because I fear, I'm certain, that the AC in our car has said goodbye. It has stopped working. I haven't checked the fuse. It could be that, but it sat over winter, and I fear it will not just be a topping up of the antifreeze, you know, or the agent, whatever, the R134B, whatever it's called. The gases in it. I think if the gases has escaped, probably something's broken, and I don't want to think about it. Period. But the AC doesn't work, and I was wearing shoes and these quite warm sweatpants, and I had a t-shirt and a sweater on. Because I was like, it's only 17 degrees outside, so it's not going to be warm. But it was sunny as fuck. And a car is a greenhouse, right? So it was like 25 degrees all the way to Kalmar. We were streaming it today. So go back and watch the VOD. I was so hot. Like sweat dripping down my back hot. Could have stopped and taken my shirt off, but I was like, oh, we're there soon, it's fine. Dumbest thing ever. Being uncomfortable, not doing anything about it. That's so dumb. Whew. Welcome back, Rune Dragon. Are you back with lunch? So I have sweated today, and let's see. It's very minimal. Like you need to get your nose in there to smell any body odor, and I feel that's acceptable because I love showering. I shower easily once a day. If I didn't care about the environment nor our finances, I'd probably shower twice a day, every day. But yeah, once a day is plenty. Woo! Missing a bit. So rolling is great fun. It makes a very nice field when you're done. It doesn't do terribly much for the yield. I don't know what it does for the environmental score, to be honest. So if I miss a sliver, I'm like, whatever. Your internet died again, so you can't read messages without leaving the stream? Like, do you have to like refresh or something? It's broke. Double liquor burger with bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, and spicy sauce. Comes with pepper jack, cheese, normally, but you leave it off. Ooh. I am feeling a need. Nah. Desire. Desire for food. Gonna move back to France. So you're you're debating buying an apartment in the UK or going back to France. I mean, the UK, it rains more than the sun shines. But there's pubs. I guess there's perks and drawbacks. Yeah. France is beautiful. All of Europe is beautiful. I think every country is beautiful. Every country has something that makes it special. I remember that fashion, yeah. Do you think you want one apartment in the UK and one in France? As an investment? Or for leisure? Like to be able to live where you want to live for the period? In Sweden, when they list listings for objects, they almost always declare the internet speed, and if they don't, there's a site in Sweden that have like all of the service provided listed, so you can enter an address for anywhere in Sweden and you get a ping back with what ISPs are available and what it would cost you. So it's like one click, and then you get like all the vendors available, both fiber and cable and mobile internet, if that's the only thing that is available. And you see the speeds you can expect and the pricing. So it's like giant time saver. For us, internet speed is super critical. So when I was browsing for houses before we found the house we're currently living in, I used that site so heavily, and it was a game changer. It's like any investment, I think. Investing in an apartment and houses and whatever, one never knows. Whew. Yeah. Asking people who live there or sell it, have been living there, like, hey, what's the internet speed? And they're like, I mean, I don't know. You can watch Netflix. Yeah, but what is the speed? I don't know. I pay $30 a month. Yeah, but what is the speed? No, it's like 5. 5 what? But I'm not actually salty or angry that people don't, that an average user isn't like a computer expert. Yeah. 5 of 5, yeah. Yeah. Yup. Jack, I talked about you earlier. I don't know if I missed your response, or if you weren't here, maybe you have a life outside watching my stream. You know, I'm gonna assume that could be the case. How long have you been into photography? Because I presumed it was like forever. Is that a new hobby to you, or has it been like since forever? Yeah. I'm super stoked about Starlink, by the way. If you're completely out of the loop, Elon Musk has sent up like hundreds of satellites in space for internet, and it's not classic satellite internet, it's like much better. So you can get like, I don't know, 250 megabits of internet with like 30 milliseconds of latency, 15. I'm not sure at this moment, but like very low compared to classic satellite, which is like 150 milliseconds. It's like incredibly fast. And you maybe don't want to play CSGO on it, but stream and play a game like Farm Sim with 30 milliseconds of delay, that's totally fine. And that means when me and Siri in the future, if we end up building a house from scratch, if it's not connected to like fiber internet, which is preferable of course, we can get Starlink. That opens up possibilities. Because like Starlink, you can, if it's available in your country, it's more that the coverage there. The question is if they have opened the service to purchase. And in Sweden they were supposed to do it this year, so we'll see. Ooh, your mother has an apartment in New York? Can I go visit your mother? Hello? I mean, that might be one of the weirder things I've said today, I will admit it. So Jack has been into photography for about 20 years or so. Yep. I got into photography when I was 15. That's I got a camera from my then girlfriend, and that sort of sparked it. It was like a simple point and shoot, but I had a lot of fun with it. And then I took the money I made working in a warehouse when I was 17, and I bought myself my first DSLR. My first DSLR, a Nikon, could it be a D5000? I'm unsure at this point, but something like that. And then I got a Nikon D7100 after that I used as a nightclub photography workhorse for like 3 years. And then when I started shooting studio, I got a Nikon D3. I love that, and I used that for like 4 years. I was sad selling it. Okay, I don't know why. I should have kept it. Like even today, it would probably have taken some fantastic images. There's just something like the ultra high-end digital cameras. It doesn't matter how old they get. Like the color science is just, it's just something with, and the speed of using them. I hate taking pictures with a Sony. I do. I hate it. The image quality is fantastic, but the usability compared to a Nikon D3 or a D4. D4 is the most fancy Nikon camera I've shot with. It wasn't mine. I was frequently borrowing it from a good friend of mine, Svea Logan. He had one. And it was a joy to shoot with. Like it wasn't like day and night between that and the D3. The big differences, it had video, you know, but photography wise, it's faster autofocus, more autofocus points, you know, the classic stuff. Maybe I'm like looking at this with like rose-colored glasses. Maybe cameras today are just vastly superior, and I just remember it with rose-colored glasses. Maybe. I have a plan, chap. I have a plan. I have a plan. I am gonna roll this field, and after we've rolled this field, I'm gonna turn on the VOD from earlier today, because I'm so curious to see the quality and how the experience was, how the camera work was. Like I probably had horrible camera works. Like I'm gonna feel so bad about my performance as a cameraman, because the setup today was very janky. I didn't truly intend for the rig to be used as many hours as it was. I threw it together very hastily, and there was cables hanging out everywhere, and it was getting caught on things and whatnot, and the battery solution was horrible because it ran out, and it was like whatever. This was only meant to be a test stream earlier today, but I need to look at it and see sort of how good it was and if it has potential before we go crazy and get more things. For one, I can tell you that my forearm was painful. You know how if you lift something for a very long time and you let go, it sort of feels painful to release? Because I don't know how to explain this, but when I changed the camera from my right to my left arm and I released, it felt like the deepest stretch you could ever imagine. And then when I took the camera again, it was like almost like a sharp pain in my muscles from picking it back up again. But very quickly thereafter, that sharp pain went away, and it was just generally uncomfortable. And the solution for that is a... Oh, damn, you scare me. Am I keeping you awake? Power bank. Power bank. Power bank. Power bank. Power bank. In the thing here. Have you taken all the power? And now you need a power bank? You need a power bank. Yeah. We're done! I think. You need a power bank. I think that, yeah, in one of the pouches. Yeah, I think that one. Check the power level. Check the button. She's come to drag it, but no. She's come for a power bank. I'm way too uninteresting. Don't kid yourself, Johannes. She doesn't want you. She only wants the power bank. So, we're gonna turn on the... Thank you for gaming today. We're gonna switch to watching the 6 hours test stream. Yeah. Keyboard. I love having a wireless keyboard. It's... Look, it's serious. If you look at the preview on the stream, it looks like I have a fancy frame around the camera with like purple and pink colors, but it's just a dashboard. Yeah. Wasn't it good? Yes. It was good. Do you have a cable? Cable. Did you take the one from the red dresser?
No, it's the one that was in your phone.
Oh yeah, because I don't want
You don't need
power.
You don't want power.
On the red dresser, if there's a cable on the red dresser, take that. There's not? It's fine. You can take that cable. It's okay. Covers his eye. Oh yeah, the screenshot. Yeah. What's this? Is this safe for stream? Am I gonna?
What's this?
I agree. Bezos. So if we call Twitch a work, right? We're basically working for Jeff Bezos, and I don't really like Jeff Bezos. Am I allowed to say that? Am I getting banned from Twitch? I think he's just a little weird, right? When you see him do interviews and stuff, it's like he's sort of braggy and not that cool.
Who cares?
I'd much... So, Elon Musk just bought Twitter. I mean, it's not...
No, he's super cringy and toxic.
You think Musk is toxic?
Right.
I'd much rather toxic Musk own the Twitch. But that's just me. I don't think it would matter at all to our way of life in any way. Do you guys also think Musk is weird? I think Musk is like, hello, let's make the species survive. I think it's cool. I'm a little bit of a Musk fanboy, I will admit. Where's the mouse? The mouse has gone and shit the bed. We have a wireless keyboard thingy, and once an hour you have to restart it. Otherwise, where am I going? Otherwise, it just loses the connection. Video studio. Are you talking about Musk? Or are you talking about... Are you talking about Musk or are you talking about Bezos? Because if that description... I mean, to me, that is Bezos. You're talking about Musk, huh? Are you insulting Musk? Oh my god, the quality though! Chat. I know the focus is on the winch, on the car, but I don't think I've ever seen an IRL car stream with this quality. This looks weird. I mean, it's shitty that it's too shallow depth of field, right? So we need to increase the...
Yes?
Would you consider putting your phone away? The thingy. Look this. The daytime, it's probably like f8 on the aperture. This is much nicer. But the quality is just...
Thor asks, so you have to wear pants.
And this is like
And I'm
low
confused.
internet connection,
The webcam.
Oh,
middle of
right,
nowhere
right,
kind of
right.
stream.
Fire just subscribed.
Hello, Fire.
Oof.
Hi, Fire, 59 months.
Oof.
Hi, Fire.
And it's kind of cool how the gimbal sort of smooths out the
Good to
driving.
see you. We're in the car on our way to Kalmar.
I did not
To buy new
expect it to
shoes
be
for
so
And a new
moving.
sun hat because he has grown out of his sun hat. It barely fits on his head anymore.
Really?
Oh yeah, you can't get it down on his head.
Big boy.
So he needs the next size up. Because I think it's a really good hat. I like that.
That was a good question from
You can
Thor.
buy a bigger size and then you can tighten
Oh.
it. So it's perfect for his head now.
Do they have
and
a
it can,
Polan and Pire?
I was going to. That's what I was bringing up the phone for. But I mean, I can just do it. Yeah, but I didn't want to bring down chat. I guess that's why.
You can ask chat. They can do it
No.
for you.
Well,
Ask chat.
This is fantastic content.
okay. let's-
Chat.
Um,
Oh yes, Jack.
chat.
So, first thing, the investments are done in stages, right? So first, I was so worried that investing in the external modem would be a smart or good choice because the modem was $200, so it's not like an extreme amount of money, but still, there is no guarantee that $200 will make our stream work to Kalmar and back. There's no guarantee. It might have made it 20% better than our old setup, but that the 20% wouldn't be enough. But it was. And that is so relieving. But still, this $200 investment is nothing compared to having two of them. Because now we have one. But if we have two of them, and if we have two roof-mounted antennas for them, one for each, then I believe that the quality would be, and it wouldn't be better than this. This is probably full speed. We can bring up the stats here. This is 5,700 kilobits per second. So this 6,000 is max
Google.
that is allowed to
If
Twitch,
they're
right?
In Kalmar,
So this is
it
pretty
Polan
much
och
full
Pire.
data speed.
How are they going to do that? That sounds very difficult.
But it would never
No,
go lower
I-
than this.
No. They don't even know how to spell it.
Trust the process. You can write it in chat. You can write the entire.
Well, I say one, but I mean a 4x4 MIMO or 2x2 MIMO. 2x2, right? Because this router is Cat 4, Cat 6, Cat 4, Cat 4. The difference between Cat 4 and Cat 6 is only on the downlink, not the uplink. So I was considering getting the Teltronics RUT 360, which is a Cat 6 router. But there is no difference on the upload for a Cat 4 or Cat 6. It's only on the downloads. I was like, it's like twice the price. Why not save the money? And when I say one antenna, I mean an antenna that has multiple antennas within it. So, yeah, whatever. But yes, multiple antennas per modem. No, for modems, Cat 6 and Cat 4. It's not like network cables. It's LTE Cat 4 or Cat 6. Yes. You heard Ebba. He was with us.
Entire Google.
He was with us the entire trip.
So it's a copy paste and a yes and no answer.
Is it Polan och Pyret or Polan and Pyret?
5G isn't...
Mickey Mook
So
said
5G is
Gatan
fantastic for
27
speed
Kalmar.
where
Thank you,
it's
Mickey.
available. But on the countryside, it isn't available.
Darpa's like, I don't know how to spell that.
5G is shorter range, so they would need to put up like a fuck ton of base
Thor would
stations.
say that he's
for it.
lucky to have seen the urinating man.
Like fashion, we live in the less populated part of Sweden, right? So internet is very scarce.
Thank you very much, Mickey Mook.
I mean, it's not
Still,
very
I
scarce.
don't know where that
There's
is, but
definitely
we'll figure
countries
it
that
out.
have it worth, worse, but I'm wrong. I'm so often wrong,
So-
Jack.
What kind of shoes would you like to buy?
Shoes that dry.
Oh, really? I
You don't mind
thought
getting
it was just like with the Wi-Fi.
Shoes that
So,
dry quickly.
leather.
2.4G has better range, 5G has better speed and less penetrating power.
They dry up fast.
See? I'm wrong.
So I feel
5G
like
on the lower
straps are
frequency as well?
good,
Ah, 3 different
but
bands.
it also increases the risk of toe
Cool.
injury. 'Cause
So I don't
she's,
know if
like,
there's 5G in our
she's, like,
area yet.
crawling and bumping his
I don't.
feet.
I mean, I presume no. But when there is, of course, that's gonna be fantastic. Still, I mean,
I feel
this
like if you were
this
to
is with
finally get
the
one
phone,
bigger, which I mean, preferably I
an
would like to
iPhone
get him several
10
different ones. Like I'd like for him to
that has
have
one internet service provider, and then there's
rain
the
boots,
external
and then a pair of,
4G
more summer
Teltronics
boots, I suppose,
router
like
that is
something
4G,
leather, and then a pair of
um,
sandals.
and we're able to keep full upload speed. Full
Yep.
upload speed. That's fantastic. That is
So we could-
fantastic. Oh yeah.
Mickey Mook asks, "Where are you now? I come from Målilla, but living outside of Stockholm."
I was
since
worried
15
that-
years.
Let's turn it down a bit.
We are.
I was worried that
currently
the mirror would like take up too much of the
in Nalgudsboda.
the view,
We're
and that it would be
closing in on
annoying.
Oslo, and we're on our way to Kalmar.
but like, yeah, you miss out on a bit of clouds, but you still see the road ahead of you. And even now, the field of view is not long enough, or the focus is in the wrong spot. So I can't check now what aperture this was shot on. But we can just increase the aperture and like everything would be in
So
focus.
there aren't any bigger brand stores like Biltema or Jula or Ikea or clothing stores or anything like that.
We could mount it on the
Those are
dash,
the things that
but
you
then we
need.
would only see outside. I think it's
Like
kind of.
classic small town stores.
I kind of think it is giving value that you see our hands, even if it's just the hands. The camera is sitting between our seats. It's mounted to our Ebbe's car seat that is in the middle seat in the back. So I feel like, yes, the quality of like what we would see out the window would be better if the camera was further forward. But the feel, the vibe is better like this. And we can instead add more cameras. So I would love to have a PTZ camera, one of those you can move like with a motor, and then mount it to the roof of the car. So if there's something like on the left or the right or whatever, or like a moose that you want to film or whatnot, you could like have one of those that like motorized zoom and everything, like a periscope on a submarine. That'd be fantastic. And I thought, how cool wouldn't it be to mount like a GoPro down in the spoiler for a view, and then maybe having a GoPro like on the side of the car, and then maybe have a GoPro like facing backwards,
I am super nauseous.
and then having a camera here facing me and a camera here facing Siri.
How's the back?
painful.
Yeah.
And the legs all the way down.
So that what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras.
She's fasting for those who don't
I'm not PMSing.
Maybe one for Ebbe as well. So 7 cameras. Then it would be like a mobile production studio, and it would be. so cool. But it's crazy. I mean, it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars,
Almost 4 p.m.
thousands of dollars. So we slow down. I've already spent today. I spent $700 on batteries and cables.
So I think you're getting elevated.
It makes me tired just think about. The streaming rig we have is more expensive than the car.
Contemplating buying.
Brr.
Really glad we didn't.
Yeah.
More
Up to
security,
6
more
carrier
power.
aggression. That's really
Right
nice.
next to a right next to a huge road. Not huge, but big.
From my
And without
googling and my
the possibility of
experience,
my parents.
Mm.
uh,
Mickey Mook Luke also said it's in Galleria.
Nothing
That we
does
know
as
it is.
good
We've been there.
with load balancing as the Live View Solo does. It's like it's
Boliden
fantastic
is
for
100
streaming.
kilometers north of
So this
Kalmar.
unit, this little streaming box we have,
So
it can take up to 6 different internet connections and put them together. And not just for redundancy and resiliency, it increases the quality. So now, for example, it's streaming at 1800 kilobits per second. That might be 400 kilobits on like one of the ISP and 1400 on the other. And it doesn't like it can split it up on the different ISPs and add it together. So if you do a speed test on one, and it gives you like 1 megabit, and on the other you do a speed test and it gives you 2 megabits, you have 3 megabits together, pretty much exactly 3 megabits. It's very low overhead, and what it's able to push out is just fantastic image quality where one connection isn't good enough. Plus the resiliency and failover and whatnot. We're only running 2. I think there's only 3 unique internet service providers in Sweden. But adding that third one and adding the antennas on the roof, I think we would be super solid throughout Sweden. I think potentially we could go wherever we want to go in the populated part of Sweden without connection issues. Then we also need to get like a way to charge the whole system as well from the car. So when we're in the car, we don't need to use batteries, or we can even charge the batteries. That would be better. It shouldn't be too expensive, like a car V-mount charger. That must be a product, right? Car V charger. LAN party of 5G? $657 gigabytes used. Yeah, it's 5G is fantastic. Did we think like internet? What's this do? 12 volt, 10 amps. That's not what we want. V-mounts are 14.6 and you charge them with 16.8, I think. So like maybe there's like if we don't find like a dedicated product for it, it might be like some laptop adapter we can find that has the specification. This doesn't have any specifications. Because like for V-mounts, you don't need any special charger. You just need like the right power. Volt and amps and stuff. How can this not? I mean, it's Google. Google doesn't give you the best searches. Words is difficult. They're all just 12 volt output. I mean, when the car is on, it gives like 14, 15 volts, right? So it would definitely just plug it in straight to the cigarette socket. It would charge probably 60 to 80% full. Well, I'll give up for now. Yeah. VMAX are advertised at 14.4. And when you charge them with 16.8. But that's, I mean, it's of course, it changes as the draw. But this is an impressive number. Very impressive number. Oh.
Because my parents
Chapters?
full time at the farm, family farm.
Oh wait, this is on the way home, right?
So
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
we
didn't
took
know.
over Stavreberg and we lived there.
Oh,
Yes, this is on the way home.
And my mom.
I thought I took the first one. No, this is the first one. This is the first one.
look at the color. Oh,
This is on the way. Oh man. Okay,
thanks for it.
I'm gonna set it here.
Sun hat, new shoes.
And chat, if you want to keep chatting, keep hanging out, I'll be back. I'll be back soon. But you have to watch old me first.
Day 4 of full water fasting.
I'll be back.
I haven't had any electrolytes. And
It will be like,
I
I don't know,
think
15
that
minutes.
can help with a lot of the symptoms I'm experiencing, especially
We'll get to that, Green Dragon. We'll get to that. And if you're curious, you can just go and watch it yourself.
whenever I exert
It's in the
myself,
VODs on the
whenever I
archives. But
walk,
I'll watch that
the feels
and
like
comment
this.
over it.
Just,
'cause I'm
this
super
as well,
curious.
whenever I walk,
I haven't seen it myself, you know.
my camps,
Food
my
time? Yeah, I'm
calves
gonna
ramp up.
I'm gonna take a quick shower.
So,
and I'm
we're
gonna
get
see
some
what I can
electrolytes,
find
but
food-wise.
no calories, so I don't
So
break
be
my
right back.
fast. And we're also going to go to the grocery store.
I'll be back in my PJs.
Favorite household, like kitchen towel paper, because they don't sell that in our. It's a bit of a niche product, so they have that in the big Ica Maxi store in Kalmar. So we're gonna go there, buy that. I'm also going to buy some Chinese cabbage and an Asian pear because I'm gonna try my hand at making kimchi for the first time for when I exit the fast. So in like 4 or 5 days from now, I'm gonna want to eat some kimchi for the probiotic properties and also because it's just really healthy. And I'm hoping that I will like kimchi enough to make it a staple in our household and we can just have kimchi every once in a while. I imagine that I'm going to really like it. So it's kimchi, for those who don't know. It's cabbage that you salt and you let sit and then you rinse it so it kind of gets a little softer. It brings out a lot of the moisture and it goes from being crunchy to being quite soft. Then you make this sauce with a mix of a lot of different ingredients, including the Asian pear. So you blend that in a blender and you make like a sauce, and then you cover the quartered Chinese cabbage that you've salted, that you had in brine. You cover you lift every leaf and you put it in between every leaf, and then you put them in a container first in room temperature for I think it was 1 day or maybe 2 days, and then you put it in the fridge for the remainder, and it becomes this crunchy, flavorful, slightly spicy, fermented cabbage. I think it sounds phenomenal. It looks really tasty. It's a Korean dish. I'm really excited to try it. I've been wanting to try it for years, so I'm taking this opportunity to do that because I've read a lot about how good it is to have probiotic foods when going out of a fast in order to help restore the gut microbe that have suffered some hard times when you haven't been eating. So I'm super excited to try some kimchi. So Kosa says there's 146 calories in 100 grams of salmon, and there's 240 in chicken. That is the opposite of what I expected.
146 and 240.
So it's almost a double. Not quite. A double would be 300, but that is a lot more.
So I was gonna ask just for the price difference, right? But it's not really interesting to see the price difference if you don't also know the caloric difference.
Yeah.
So per calorie, it's like 7 times more expensive than chicken.
Well, you can't just count calories. That's not everything. You also have to think about what.
That's just my statement.
Okay. But let me just. So thinking about is this worth buying? Take into account what are the minerals and vitamins. What other things are there? Antioxidants? Are there fats that are really good for you that make it worth being a little pricier, and also what is your enjoyment of it? So for example, for me, fresh blueberries, that's a pretty pricey thing, but they contain a huge amount of antioxidants and a lot of good vitamins. So it's a super good source of several different things that our bodies need, plus it is an incredibly enjoyable thing to eat. Like, I just love eating fresh blueberries. So for me, that a little container of it costs 20 crowns, so $2, doesn't bother me because it feels worth it for this reason. Salmon is a little more expensive. I mean, chicken, you can get frozen chicken. If you don't want to buy like the cheapest basic stuff, but say kronfågeln or guldfågeln or whatever, then it's like
$10 a kilo.
$10 a kilo. While salmon is closer to $200 a kilo.
I mean, $20.
$20. So it's about double the price of chicken. And as we see, it has half the amount of calories. So it seems like, oh, but you're getting a fourth of the calories for the money. Yes. But you're also getting fatty acids that you cannot get from chicken. Fatty acids that you can get from like walnuts and linseed, flaxseed, flaxseed, but those are not as good sources, and they're not as easily digestible by our body. And even flaxseed and walnuts are fairly expensive. So pretty much like all the sources that contain omega-3 are fairly expensive. Same with omega-6. Well, omega-6 has some cheaper sources. Like you can have sunflower oil is a really, really good source of omega-6. But important thing is you can't eat too much omega-6 unless you match it with omega-3. Apparently there has to be like a balance between the omega-6 and omega-3 in order for the body to be able to utilize it properly. And so you want to have both. Good amount of both. And, I was reading a research paper earlier. It was really interesting. And it said about omega-3 supplements that it does not compare. It does not compare to eating fish. They had tested on like pregnant women and their children when they were born, and tests had shown that women who ate fish during the pregnancy had healthier, more mentally capable children that had better fine motor skills, better communication skills, just like everything. Their brain, because our brain need omega-3s to function and to grow. And the same with older people. That it was.
Could it be that our metabolic system is just so fine-tuned to eating fish?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've always eaten fish. Like humans have always eaten fish, and we
that it's
cannot.
super hard to get the balance. And also, how many people do you think take omega-3 the wrong way, like without food to it, or without the right type of food to it? And then getting the balances correctly.
Because
so the end result is that you get like the body gets the perfect circumstances to uptake it when you eat it in fish. But when you take the tablets, especially if you do it wrong, like it's basically a waste. But if you do it completely right, you can sort of get away with it, but you can't get to the levels
it does
of
not compare.
optimized
And that's with all vitamins
delivery.
and all. It does not replace
No
a
vitamin tablet
well-balanced
can replace food.
diet. Not even the best. The
If
best
you don't
out
want to
there.
eat good food, you can eat vitamins, and that's still way better than eating bad food.
And not having vitamins, of course, and minerals. But yeah, the best thing is to have that varied diet and to make sure that you get all of that. And I mean, really, we all know how to eat good. It's like, don't eat so much butter and cheese, and dairy is not that great. You can have it, but just limit it. And sure, have carbs, like absolutely, and have grains, but just try to keep them as unrefined as possible. Don't eat a ton of white bread, because it lacks so much of the things that we need. So it's making us full, stopping us from being able to get the things that we need. It doesn't have enough of the nutrients. So absolutely
it's so hard
enjoy
to
a
talk
pizza
about this without making it something people feel bad over.
Yeah.
Like I want to be able
It
to
is
eat this. and I
hard.
want
It's
to-
really a diet
So-
is so difficult.
I think it's very important when discussing this
Yeah.
to add understanding for people not being perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like we strive to eat
I-
good, but we
I
eat
am-
like shit.
I am never intending to. I'm not even
No, but when
intending
you,
to
when
be
you
perfect.
just state, like when
Yeah.
you individually, when you Siri states all the good things about the other, just like you're reading out of an encyclopedia, the way you come out and the way I hear you is, oh well, shit, I shouldn't have eaten what I ate 2 hours ago. You know, that's all I hear.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that puts like a shame thing
yeah,
about it.
Yeah, I don't
and
want that. I don't want
I
that.
think
That's not
everyone
helpful. That's not
stays
helpful.
away from things they're ashamed of.
That is not
Ignore
helpful.
and they push.
Shame is not an helpful feeling,
Yeah.
and it's not at all what I want to give anyone. What I do want, like you said, absolutely
So-
give an understanding and say how hard it is.
And a good way to do that is to say like, this is what we're eating, and I'm reading.
Yeah.
This is sort of what I'm learning, and I
Yeah.
want to replace 30% of what I'm eating with this, and I want to get more of that, and see how that turns out for me,
Yeah.
and the positive, because
And-
then you create, I believe you create thoughts in other people, like
And also-
maybe I should do that too.
State the fact that at least once a month, usually around my period time, I will go to the grocery store and I will buy everything. I will buy pizza, mozzarella sticks, all the candy, all the snacks. I will buy all of the crap food and I will eat it. And then there are days when I am super healthy where I just eat raw vegetables and fruit, and I have a lentil stew, deep fried food, pizza and candy. And despite me having all of this knowledge that I do have because I love reading about this, I still crave those things, and I will still allow myself to have those things. And I do my very, very best to not feel guilty about it, because that's not helpful.
I mean,
Guilt and
this is really
shame
a
is
rhetorical
not
discussion
helpful.
from my part.
Yeah, it's not helpful.
Because you mean well, but when you don't
Yeah.
when you don't tell the full story of your thoughts and your behavior, it's hard to. And it almost goes so far to say it's hard not to be offended or hide from it.
So, Thoraxin says chicken varies from 165 to 240 calories, depending on how much fat it has. And beef and pork is around 170 to 250. So yeah, sometimes there can be really lean chicken, and there can be fattier chicken. And it totally depends on how they've been raised and what they've been
Probably
eating.
what part
and-
of the bird as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Snurka says that kimchi is really good. You've had kimchi. Have you made it, or have you had it like served, or like at a restaurant or something? And welcome, Amathara. Amathara's here, and she said that pretty sure shame is proven to be a really bad motivator. XD. Amathara says, for me, it helps to pair those things with healthier options, like grabbing some carrots and cucumber on the side. I've had binges like that where I've also had something healthy along with my unhealthy.
You tend to buy 3 times more than you eat, and then after you've eaten a third of what you
Yeah.
bought, you go for fresh things. You're like, oh my,
Yeah.
I can't take more of this shit. I need
No,
to.
yeah, and then I store it and I have it some other day when I have cravings for it,
Or a mice eats it.
or a mouse named Johannes eats it. Yeah.
I'd like to say that I share with Ebba, but I don't.
Rapeseed oil is quite good actually. It has a lot of monounsaturated fats, and also quite a bit of polyunsaturated fats, which are the 2 best out of the 4 different fat types. So there is saturated fat, there is trans fat, and then there's monounsaturated fat and polyunsaturated fats. Polyunsaturated fats is omega-3 and omega-6 respectively. Those are the healthiest fats and the most important fats for us to get in our body, because our body is not capable of producing them ourselves. Our body cannot make those fats, so if you don't get them, your body has no way of getting them. There's no way of making those fats that it so desperately needs for the brain to function properly. And there are a few, it's not just salmon, there's also herring, trout, mackerel, bass, shrimp. Shrimp has a very low amount, but it still has some. But the best ones are salmon, herring, and mackerel. Those are the best fatty fishes. And I love all of those three fishes. I love herring. I love pickled herring. Fresh herring is also amazing. I love mackerel. Smoked mackerel. Oh my god. Mackerel and tomato sauce is... I love that. I eat it straight out of the can. And salmon. Salmon. I don't care how it's prepared. I don't care. As long as it's salmon, I'm thrilled. I love salmon. Always have. Always will. And then there's the mono unsaturated fats, which are the second healthiest fats, and that's in a lot of like plant oils and some seeds and nuts. And there's also some seeds and nuts that have omega-3 and omega-6, like walnuts, flaxseed has it, and some that are good with poly. So it's usually a combination. It's not like, oh, salmon only has polyunsaturated fats. No, it also has monounsaturated fats, and there's always this mix. But it's mostly rich in the polyunsaturated. For example, sunflower oil, soybean oil, grapeseed oil are really rich in monounsaturated fats. So those are like really good oils. Rapeseed oil also falls in that category. And then you got the trans fats.
How did we get in this
Saturated
deep
fats.
down the rabbit hole? No one harnessed you?
No one harnessed me? What? Harness as in strapping me down, or harness as in harnessing energy or harnessing power?
You seem much more
Clear-minded?
energized.
I am. I feel better today than yesterday.
Chat.
I mean,
back.
mentally I
You
feel
missed me.
better. Physically, I still feel like absolute.
Is there anyone here?
garbage.
Hello?
It's 3 to 4 days, right?
So,
So
maybe.
tomorrow,
I mean, hopefully tomorrow I'll feel way
Christmas
better,
striped
and especially if we
pajamas,
get the
yeah,
electrolytes,
yeah.
I imagine that
tomorrow
I'm.
at
the way.
least you will feel way better.
I'm imagining and also really hoping that I'll feel better tomorrow because my body is.
Then you might get the PMS.
I might get that in my hand. Or his neck.
Chat.
Oh.
Were you watching this live? Ooh, Siri does not work on clock time. If you tell her there's 5 minutes left, she'll spend 25 minutes. It's so difficult. So I have learned how difficult it is planning time with Siri. So I start way ahead of time telling her, like, okay, it's time to wrap it up. And all she does is like, well, it's like an hour left. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I know. You're going to get stuck on this. You're going to get stuck on that. You're going to get stuck on that. You're going to stuck. And then something unforeseen might happen. We have to run if we're going to make it. And that doesn't work either. So it's basically a futile attempt at making Siri be on time.
Years at
The
all.
reason I'm saying just get it is you can't get too many shirts. I mean, if you have
It's sizes. It's length.
shirts in a size,
Centimeters. Sort of.
That's nothing.
86 to 92.
Unless you want to do laundry.
CL is, I don't know what it stands for.
As long as it's
But
comfy
it's
and
like
they do feel super
the
good, all
sizing.
three of them. They're all cotton. They all feel really nice.
Yeah.
They feel really nice. And I mean, this one is just adorable.
I
It
have
looks
granola.
so good in brown too.
Yeah.
Mm.
And this, I think, is a big enough size that he can wear it for a moment longer. It's not. It's on the edge.
It's too small, sorry.
It's like he will not be able to wear it much longer.
So it sounds to me like you want help not to get it.
It's 1 to 2 years.
There's no point
Approximately.
in getting not too big shirts. I mean, it's a shirt.
This shelf.
It's large. Get it. Or don't
And Ebb is 20 months, so it's closing in on 2 years.
Okay.
That one is cute.
But I don't. I mean, he's not a fan. Like this is just.
Ah,
in
he
his
doesn't
way.
like the hoods. And it's dangerous when he's
just-
playing.
Yeah, it's just in his way.
Mm.
So really, we just want sweaters with no stuff like that. That's comfy. Nice. They didn't have anything like that.
Now Ebbe has found potties.
Oh, that's so cute.
Boom.
Sorry,
There's Ebbe.
That looks like his
He's
size.
falling.
he fell.
Oh, you
You got
fell. Can I? Oh, baby. Can I try this head on your head on your hat? Your hat on your head? Oh, it's perfect. Look how comfy.
Little Ebbe.
Needs a strap.
None of them have straps. The ones I've seen online don't have straps. He will be able to wear it. We'll just have to coax him into it.
Cool. Let's go.
Yep.
I don't want to go home. The store closes and we have another
The
store we need to go to.
at 6.
Yes, which is in 34 minutes. 34 minutes. And we gotta find it.
Oh, Polarna Pyret closes. Right. We do know exactly what we want.
Let's go. Please.
Okay. But how was we? Okay. Okay, but we're going now. Come. We're gonna go. Those shoes are like perfectly matching his outfit today.
It really is.
So cute. Hey, babe, we're gonna go now. Come on. Almost.
At
no
first he, look at that. Look. At first he came with Siri, and she was so happy.
Hey, babe, we're gonna go now. Come on.
Look at Siri. He's following me.
Almost no protest.
And then he realized, no, I don't want to go.
Oh man, it would have been so good to look at rain clothes as well. Damn it, Giannis. Rain clothes for when it's raining.
Did they have that?
Yeah, they had rain clothes.
Oh,
Do you want to look at it?
we do.
We did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, we're just gonna have a quick look. Quick look over here. Oh, he
Oh, yeah,
managed to
Grundar.
walk off the sticker.
Mm-hmm.
Look here, babe. Gonna see if there's some jackets for you.
Some of them
That
are
one,
sets.
this one. This one looks like a good
Look at my
size.
speed. Check. Siri's like, is she still stuck on the first one?
This one is good size. Even if there are no pants, I mean, having at least
No,
the jacket.
I want a set.
You want a set.
There's other stores. And
Okay.
Worst case, you buy new.
Okay.
It's gotta be sets.
Come on, Ebbe. Let's go buy your shoes. Or I have to find the. You keep him. I'll try to find the.
That look.
Be sets.
Come on, Ebbe. Let's go buy your shoes. Or I have to find the. You keep
Look-
him.
look here.
I'll try to find the.
Dead face.
The price tag has fallen off of the
Nice.
shoes.
Get
Which is
it?
a problem because then they might become more expensive than they were. And I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what they were. I cannot find it.
He's been all over, so.
That is a problem.
There's one here on the floor.
Yeah, but there's a sticker.
Uh,
This one wasn't a sticker.
It wasn't a sticker.
Well, we'll just have to deal.
Yeah.
I think they were 49, but I'm not sure.
The small ones?
I'm not sure, so we'll just have to pay for what they say we have to pay for it. It is what it is. All right, come on, Ebbe.
That was cables getting stuck.
We're
No,
gonna-
finally.
We're gonna go now.
The camera was wobbling around.
Something else now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Johannes. Wait, that's me! I love this. This is like the most epic home video ever. Like, we'll be able to go back and look at this when we're old and have dementia. Look at this little boy!
Most viewers are non-Swedish. I don't know.
So, thank you, Jack. The speaking English part might not be... might also be exaggerated by the full frame body on a gimbal. Yeah, yeah. I think I filmed myself, if you haven't seen the rig. I think I filmed myself at one part here.
Born in.
Feel.
Oh, will I ever find it this way? If
Look at
I
the color. Oh, the shorts.
can't see,
Look at the
if I go to the VOD
shorts.
page,
And now Ebbe does that. Instead of coming with
people
us,
did look, but they were so... And what, they weren't scared. They were so...
Look at the shorts.
And now Ebbe does that. Instead of coming with us to look at the shoe. Will be
25. Hard.
So this is
baby.
very early.
Oh no, I have. This is
I don't know. I don't know where it is. Oh wait, you can scrub and see.
$49.49. So it's 150 for 3 shirts. They look perfectly fine. Let me give them a closer inspection. It's always a good idea.
It's earlier than this. It's a thrift shop, yeah.
Enjoy
So it's
wearing it.
in our old town. This was like a high quality
There's
thrift
actually
shop
another-
because it's not given things. The store that sells it split the revenue with the person who handed in the stuff. So in our old town, it was high quality, not worn, clean, and good stuff. But it wasn't as good in this store. I mean, it might be
Have you
know.
looked up where the
At this
store is?
occasion.
regulars. I haven't.
Well, it's about time.
Maps. Maps.
Taco bar.
a
I'd like
consignment
to go
shop.
there.
Never heard that word.
Taco bar.
So yeah, there was both old people,
8
elderly
meters.
people,
Okay.
older people. Look at the light on Siri. Beautiful.
Straight ahead. And then
Probably reflecting from a window or something.
it says it's left, so right then.
People
Left, so it's right.
over the technology age,
Goes to the left
they
and
looked
up,
at
upside down.
the camera and they were scared. You could see when you met them in the aisles, they're like, "I'm wearing my sweatpants in public, and I regret doing that in the first place. And you have a camera?"
Some soup and sandwiches.
That's the
Bring it
kind of
back
look
to the car.
they had.
Yeah, we have
Oh, they have
English only in this too.
balloons.
Because I mean, it sucks having double languages, because then half of the people don't understand each other.
Balloons.
So we're doing just one language.
And the
Go
kids,
to the store with Ebbe in a
the kids, they are super excited,
Yeah, we have to.
They're
because
like-
it's closing.
huddling up, like pointing almost. I mean,
Found
teenagers
the
were
sun
doing.
hat?
I gave it to you.
Where did I put the sun hat?
And there was a
I
No,
think
wait,
I
no,
put
no,
it
there was
on-
like a
I think I put it on
3-year-old
things.
No, I
at the
gave it to
parking
you.
lot.
I
He was
don't
like,
see it.
"Mommy, mommy,
Right ahead.
what is that thing the man has on the roof?"
Oh, right, of course. That's the
Because I put the camera on the roof when I was
shopping mall.
about to load it into the
Juice
car.
bar. Sorry, I had to. There's apparently a place on Larmtorget, which I think is ahead of us,
Yeah?
that has pancakes.
What?
That's
really?
where Grandma and Grandpa always takes Ebbe when they're here.
You really?
To film like this, to film myself with a, I'm basically stretching my arm out as far as I can reach. It is the heaviest thing I can lift. Like I'm barely able to do it. You can hear it on my voice.
There's no sign.
I'm like tensing my whole upper body to be able to lift it and stay smooth.
The store's closed. Move.
It is a little bit too heavy of a setup for doing this. It was only supposed to be a test stream.
They haven't put up the sign. Or it's not here anymore. Is this the whole mall? Is this just like the tiniest mall ever? So there is no Polarno.
But there's a shoe store.
Mm-hmm.
Rip. Okay, well,
We need more Gruen Dragon bought me quick clamps
Okay.
for
Go back to the map and see if we.
my birthday,
Back to
and
the
we need even more. Nattklubbschefen, how you doing, buddy?
Map might have a
No
different,
stroller for Ebbe.
location.
That would have been another convenient thing. If we had a stroller for Ebbe, we could use the stroller for the camera.
So they must have moved from here quite recently to not have updated the
That would have been convenient.
Google to not be updated. Yeah, what was that? Oh, so much fun stuff everywhere today.
But it does seem like it would be here.
So have we looked up where the health store is? Is that in
No, I didn't. I just drew off.
Let's see how low. It dropped a little bit there. I'm eating granola. In yogurt.
They must have moved from here quite recently to not have updated the for the Google to not be updated. Yeah, what was that? Oh, so much fun stuff everywhere today.
But it does seem like it would be here.
So have
I
we
didn't
looked up where
drop
the health
anything.
store is? Is that in
No, I didn't. I just.
So it's probably some
I know there is. I think there's a store like that in Graf.
like an artifact of the bonding.
Let's go to Google.
Greek yogurt. Hmm.
Do you want some water, Ebbe?
Low fat Greek yogurt.
No? Okay.
The lens itself doesn't have stabilizing. It's the Sony FE 12 to 24 f4G lens.
What's that?
It is in the same store building we were in.
Really? Wait, what?
But when I'm standing like that,
Oh,
it is so smooth.
Oh,
what's that?
it is in the same store building we were in.
It's not vibrating shaky. Like when I'm holding it, I'm more
It's on the other
swaying.
end of the store we were in.
So it's so heavy that I can't hold it like perfectly still. So it's swaying back and forth,
Wait, what?
and
Oh,
you see movement,
Oh,
what's that?
it is
but
in the
it's
same store,
smooth. It's on the
building we were in.
active mode on the Sony A7S III.
Yeah, it's on the other end of the store we were in. It's after kids.
Oh yeah.
Install a play area.
Ta-da! But that looks so good. Super
That hat
covering on the neck
It's
and
the only hat he
ears.
doesn't remove himself.
Is it comfy? It looks really good on
It
you.
looks like he doesn't care. And that's the best.
Oh, they have a used and loved
Great.
section.
They resell their own stuff.
I love that.
Mm.
Used and loved. That's really special. I like that a lot.
There's also a mid-season sale, 50% on everything that is.
40
Like we can get half off.
How's
one
Nattklubbschefen
beautiful
doing then?
Oh.
Having a good evening.
For next winter. Look at that color. He will be
This is so pretty.
fantastic in it.
Yeah, he looks so cute in that.
So now we can breathe. Now we have found what we
Hmm.
need, and they can
kick us
throw
out
us out.
whenever they want.
Let's fast forward
Yeah, there's a bench at
They're
least we can sit
blue and
on.
white. Yeah.
to
What? Some sandwich?
the fika.
Oh, and there's a bike behind us.
What?
It's a bicycle.
Oh.
I'd argue that this quality is good enough that I would not think twice about it not being pre-recorded.
Oh, there's a little park bench out here.
Yeah,
No, I asked if you had a good evening, Nattklubbschefen.
right.
Yeah.
Like if this was a YouTube video, for example, I maybe would have thought it would be a GoPro,
Wow.
because it kind of looks like it could be a GoPro. Maybe a little bit too shallow depth of field and more beautiful sun rays. At least I think this lens has gorgeous sun
Right
rays
here on the bench.
for being a wide-angle
Look
lens.
how pretty there is with all of
The GoPro doesn't have. I don't think the GoPro has sun rays at all.
Red. I don't remember what it's called.
this is our view.
Hey, but careful. Very
I get so
careful.
scared when he walks close to water.
Oh, yeah, this is salt water. Just realized.
Oh, what game are you watching?
Hey,
I
buddy,
love
ready for my
NHL.
sandwich?
I used to play ice hockey until we moved, and I'm so sad about it. Boom.
Ebbe. Ebbe macka. Macka.
Maka. Oh, I'm coming. And he falls.
Up again.
The playoffs begins today. Man, I'm missing out.
Oh my god, 4 sandwiches? Wow.
I
It's a more than you can eat buffet.
I want that, Jack, but also the weight.
Do you want
Also the
cheese?
weight. I think this is 686 grams,
Very tasty, huh?
which is very similar to the 35mm lens. So we don't have to rebalance the gimbal, switching between the 35mm f1.4 GM and the 12 to 24 G. You don't have to switch any gimbal calibration, which is fantastic. Toronto Tampa, oh, that's gonna be a nice series. Oh, I really want to watch
The straw, the straw.
the NHL playoffs. I used to have the subscription, so I could watch it all, but that was like
It's like me
8
running
years
for
ago.
kebab at 3 a.m.
Sandwich in the soup.
Store says that's like me running for kebab at 3 a.m.
Here you go. Little
Nah.
soup.
Nah,
Little yummy soup.
nah,
I know you're hungry.
nah,
Didn't you like them last?
Isn't
nah.
Not enough butter?
Oh, I might not think it being as cute in the future.
A new spot we have. The environment. He's too distracted to relax.
Pittsburgh Rangers.
Are you ready to swim?
Yes, very.
I'll drink here as well.
Yeah. Oh, it seems so tasty.
I'm with the Flommers.
We've only had it hot, right?
Such an area, like gem.
Why?
Such a gem. Little man.
It's bored and we need to run.
Yeah, that's true.
Chat. Can you imagine that you have been this small? Just enjoying your sandwich, eating it upside down, dropping all your cucumbers.
Any cheese?
That was you X amount of years ago.
I just want a pair for myself.
Yeah?
What a shot. Look at these sun rays. Oh, I think they're gorgeous. So cute. So nice.
Oh, Lord.
And this is like an ultra wide angle shot into the sun, and we still have contrast.
No, baby. Don't put the sandwich on the ground. Give it to me. Yeah, you want to try some of the soup? Ebbe?
Your home team is playing tonight, Danner?
Soup carton.
Toronto? Tampa Bay? No, none of them is your hometown. Oh wait, maybe your hometown.
Eat as much or
I
less
don't
sandwich?
know. Maybe you. Look, did you live in like North Carolina? I mean, my geography isn't 10 out of 10. I will admit.
You want some more what?
Duck is up stone.
Sandwich, just to eat that.
Look at him. I go now.
Oh, that's unusual.
I go now.
Pick the cucumber off of the sandwich to eat that.
The speed.
'Cause
Did
I
they
didn't
see what I'm doing?
He didn't lose any
I have
cucumbers
like
for his first sandwich.
radar vision on him.
And then he was
And he's like, ah, they see me. I run away.
all over the place with the second one, and he dropped a bunch of cucumbers.
My lord, this is beautiful.
So cozy about a sandwich with cucumber that's been like lying for a few hours.
Now he's touching his there.
So beautiful. If you're new, this is earlier today. Earlier in the live stream, in fact.
Gotta be careful.
We've been live since this
Zoom?
was recorded.
Oh, you mean that goes?
Have a look at the phone.
You're taking a family selfie on the phone.
Look at this.
Duck face. Let's go.
Hey. Okay. Thank you, Daddy.
That'll do, Piggy. So yeah, load limit.
Very nice to refill. A perfect fit. So that's going to be really good this summer when he's swimming. Now we just need to get him a UV suit. So like a full bathing suit. Plus we need to get him bathing diapers. Unless we've already taught him how to go potty before then, but we're really also letting him kind of steer that a bit. Like when he's showing more curiosity.
Walk naked.
It's
So fast. Now we're in the grocery store.
So there might not be a live store here, but I don't have dementia just yet.
I need to go pee, and I should have brought the
That's
water
forward.
bottle.
White balance is a little slow to react.
Brought it. I know.
So there's settings for how quickly the camera is allowed to change the white balance.
I do.
And it's set to slow. Like now it's starting to like accept the change. Maybe we should increase that.
Why am I bringing the phone?
We're not in a rush. We can walk together.
Since we're walking between stores that have such different
Okay, let's walk
white balance.
Yeah, we don't mind, I think.
The reason you want, it's called shockless, I think, in the settings, is like if the sun, when it goes in cloud and come out of cloud, it changes the white balance a lot. And if you have it set too fast, it becomes sort of
Take the next
jaunting when the white balance goes back and forth. But when you change like we do now, we go from environments like within the car, outside, into the mall, and we're changing light color temperature so quickly. It could be beneficial to turn up the speed at which it's allowed to change the automatic white balance. There's no playoffs this year, they were cancelled. What are you speaking of? What are you saying? This year? I mean, last year there was no playoffs, right? And the year before that, I don't know. Was there? That's how much. That's how involved I am.
a little too much right.
Look at her go. Look at her speed. She has the coolest walk. She walks on her toes. So if you think it looks a little weird, it's because she's only like really stepping on her toes. She's gotten so smooth at doing it. But it has made her walk a little different.
Think about the fact that you probably can't fill it more than half or a third.
Just because I said she can't fill it more than half or a third, Siri probably scooped out of her hand to fill it to the brim. Because she used like the faucets in the bathroom to fill the water.
We might as well follow
And I think she had it full to the brim. So she probably like scooped from her hand. Just to see if I would notice. And now the mic died. Bathroom faucet water? Do you know how good the bathroom faucet water is in Sweden? Impeccable. That's how good. It's good in America too, I believe. Sidney Crosby is your bae. I don't have a favorite team. I like good plays. And currently, I think like the Edmonton Oilers have some really sick plays.
You do the job of a cashier yourself.
And I'm a huge fan of Jonathan Quick in the LA Kings, goaltender.
And then when you
He has such a unique style.
Put it back in the rack and
You don't drink faucet water in America? Why? What's wrong with America? Well, there's not one thing.
in Sweden
There's a lot of things that do right, though.
I'd say 95%.
Like, you don't drink faucet water in your own house. You get a filter system you run it through first.
So food stores have that and
Wow.
old buckets.
Yeah, in Sweden, in all of Sweden, there's the same water you flush your toilet with as you drink.
Even in our little
That's how. I mean, it's stupid when you say it like that. It's really stupid when you say it like that. Like, why should you wash your car or water your lawn with drinking water? But that's just how they do it. One pipe and it's all.
super wildly adopted. But only
It's all good.
They don't have it in.
That's one of the things that shocked me when I was in Australia. That the drinking water
My knowledge.
it tastes like swimming in like a public pool with all the chlorine. Like, it's safe to drink, but it just
It's right.
reeks and smells and tastes of chlorine.
How much is
The only way I could drink it was to add like a bunch of cordial, because drinking water is
dangerous?
it's not expensive,
Right.
but
That's
compared
what I thought.
to faucet water in Sweden, we pay
Good for him drinking even.
$1 per cubic meter of water.
You can't bring dogs to the store?
So is that 9 cubic feet, maybe? Well, let's do that. That would probably work. 1 M2 M3 to what's the normal volume standard in Imperial? Cubic feet? 35 cubic feet? For 35 cubic feet we pay $1. And I mean, compare that to bottled water. Do the math. It's incredible. So cheap in Sweden. So cheap.
Oh wait.
Water, specifically.
Nom 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 nom.
But then, like, gas or diesel is like twice the cost of America.
So you like that, huh?
So it's like, yes, water is cheap, but everything else is expensive.
Are you tying him
I hope they have a good game, Nattklokskapen.
together in the car? We can take
I really do.
this straight to the car.
Now you get hacked. Wasn't it like a local 168 address or something?
More job to go back and get them.
But it's true. I mean, maybe I should be using like night mode. I was gonna say incognito mode when I'm streaming,
To be fair.
so I don't get previous results.
It's having a little nom. Mm. What happened to the farm we had before? We were renting a house on the farm for my parents, and my parents wanted to downsize. It's very convenient getting it pieced.
Are you chewing on the plastic?
Yep.
Do you want to get into it? No, baby, no. What are you doing?
It was even local host. Yeah. Was it 127.0.0.1?
It's bad to ruin the bag.
He literally ate through the plastic
Really
bag.
want a slice? Okay, here you go. He bit the packaging open. I mean, he's nothing if not resourceful. Legitimately bit the packaging open.
Clever.
Yes.
So, are we shopping now for when you're done with your feast, or
Fast.
Feast.
Is eating a
I
lot.
keep saying it wrong.
Fast is eating nothing. No, I'm just for the kimchi, because the kimchi needs several days to ferment. So if I want to have that on my like the day after my fast
Because we still have a lot of food.
Yeah, I was just here to buy the toilet paper, the household paper, and anything that we might not be able to buy in the normal store, like kardemummakärnor. If we can find the spice section, I think we struggled to find that last time as well.
That's good.
And it's completely perfect.
It was such a struggle getting onion.
Being Mando.
Like one-handed, without a net for them.
Oh, we forgot them, and that's fine because we can put them.
How many minutes did I spend just collecting onions?
We can't.
And
Technique.
when did I start? This is when I go over 45. And I'm done.
Can't lose it. Let's put them in a bag, let's put them in the...
That's the last, right? No, 2 more. And now we're
It's
at
a little bit more convenient to put them in a bag than to put them in the...
2.5 minutes of my life
This works.
acquiring yellow onions.
Let's roll.
Whew. Compare that to farming, boys. You getting dizzy? Is it because of my fast forwarding or just in general from watching this content?
And scan that.
And the thing you hold.
I haven't scanned it yet.
Oh, you wing it.
Yes.
Poopy hole. I mean, why name them something not
Put the other
comical?
potato bag, so you can stick the also on the potato bag as well.
Oh,
The bounce back and forth. It's definitely
There's
fatigue.
so much good food here, but it's pointless for me to buy a bunch because it won't be like that fresh when I
We'll be
go
back
out of
soon.
my... What?
We'll be back soon.
Will we? He loves the electrolytes.
So what I want. What I want is one of these.
I go to a solution to everyone in a similar situation.
So you have like
But if you can
a
do
waist
it
pack,
yourself, then tilt a float seems
and then
like the
a
right
spring
choice.
arm.
Let's check it out. I guess everyone
And a
who has
pole.
already ordered feels very disappointed with the delays. I don't know what the reason is, but after the price you get vest, spring arm, carbon fiber post, base plate for RS2, battery plate, power cable, wireless control module, monitor bracket, counterweights, pendulum, phone mounting brackets, carrying case, even tripod adapter. About the quality, there will be more to say after a few months of use, but the first impression is
Clever naming, yeah.
solid. Everything comes in a nice
Honeypot is
pack.
private
But much
VPN,
more
right?
Interesting is what we found
Like,
inside.
Residentially
It
hosted
has a great
VPN.
design and seems to be very solid. I still don't know how, but you can put 10 kilograms on it, which is a really impressive result. Adjusting the strength of the arm is the same as in most spring arm. You don't need any
So let's fast forward a little bit in this one.
no problem with
This is
perfect
mounting.
versatile. The focus system to the battery on to set the stand the handle and means the last thing you to watch the soup of course won't take it off. It's a completely
this
different
is what I
method
want.
of using gimbal. After a few days of use, I
Then
don't see big difference
it will
between
be
float and my
mega
system,
smooth, and more
but
importantly
let's
for me,
say
it will
I'm very
be
surprised
a
by the
breeze to
spring
use
arm,
it.
which is great. Visible steps, you can forget about it. So here are my conclusions. If you have
Without,
an
like,
old
straining my
or
arm.
have a chance to buy it really cheap and you have some technical skills, do it yourself. Absolutely, I highly recommend.
Anzi,
But
we've
if
been here
you
for
are
you,
not
man.
able to do
Thank
it
you for
yourself,
being here.
And if you have extra cash to spend and you need the accessories that float system gives you, then don't worry about batteries and wireless control model for less than $1,000, even from users.
Can you take that into
And
stores?
there is
Yeah.
one fight.
What are they gonna
It's
say?
very super heavy set.
I mean, I don't think-
a really great.
I mean, if the rig looked like this is much bigger. This is a huge gimbal, and a huge broadcast camera. Even looking like this probably would. It would probably not be more or less difficult in a store. Like if we're talking like getting thrown out for filming. Because this rig is already so big that they know that you're not just having a Zoom call with your mother, right? They know something is up. So if they are bothered, they're gonna be bothered now or with that support system.
Compared to just making your own
True, true.
So it's more of an indulgence when you're
True.
not into
But I mean,
fast food
bringing
but
a
want to eat
spot
something that's
show
better.
to a picnic is
Yeah,
like
that's what I mean.
with
Like
some
for playing and for swimming.
Can he climb up? Yes, he can. Is he gonna fall?
Sit there, huh? No,
No, he's not gonna
No,
sit
sit.
down.
standing. But then you can't fall, okay?
When it comes to non-commercial video and pictures, there's very unstrict laws.
slap
You can pretty much film and take pictures of whoever you want. But if it's for
Your nostrils have grown
Um,
lately.
big nostrils.
if
Giant gaping holes for
if you're
pupils.
taking pictures of someone to use for advertisement
Oh yeah.
or commercial use,
To go here.
When grandma
then you
was at
have
home,
to have their permission.
Yeah, our parents.
So like you're not allowed to take a picture of a stranger and use it for a billboard.
Older car. It was manual, not automatic. It was. I had borrowed her car.
Well, no. Wasn't that the Phaeton?
Yeah.
She was the owner for that.
Let's go to the next video. Oh wait, I'm not on my diggy videos there. So this was the first, and then this is the second.
Sure that we know.
He's so nice. Dream.
Oh yeah, I tried zooming in.
Get a new dog that I haven't for my elderly years.
So this is zoomed out,
Not really.
and then we stop for going back to Ebbe, and then I zoom in to see how that would look. Oh, and then I was zoomed in for the rest of the trip.
So no, I don't feel like.
Yeah, like Jack is saying. I mean, technically, we're filming because it's a company filming.
Yeah.
So it is commercial. I mean, we get donations on stream, so that makes it commercial. But if they are bystanders in the background, it would probably be fine.
As well.
I think the important bit is if someone complains.
Miserable. But I'm not angry or.
If someone were to complain, then
quick to being upset or anything.
yeah, stop filming them or leave the site or tell them that you'll remove the content. I think that's the way to go, and you won't get in trouble. And then stores, I believe stores have the power to throw you out, but it's not like they can report you to the police for it.
But yeah, just now, like thinking about.
They changed some drone laws,
I have 3
like how you can film
months of doing
other
this.
people's
I'm like,
property with drones. I don't
feels
fully
like
know how it works, but
eternity.
that has come recently.
Meaning there's so many amazing places.
Oh wait, I was gonna check the manual focus. So yeah,
Carefully put 'em down, but
so now there's automatic focus.
really hard.
At this exact point, the focus is on the road though, so that's fine. Now it's on the car or the display. And like this, it feels like you forgot to put on your glasses in the morning.
Yeah, I think everyone sleeps better with not having someone super close to you. So, I mean, fall asleep. There's no cars.
We were almost thrown out from a
Didn't like that.
lingerie store. And they said like, oh, well, you're only here taking pictures of stuff and then you return it the next day. And we're like, bish, please. We spent, I don't know how much it was at that point, like $800 in their store in a month. And she was like, oh, but then why are you taking pictures then? I was like, shut up. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I explained to her that we share the pictures with clients and stuff. And she was like, okay, but couldn't you have said that ahead of time? So we know what's going on? We just hear you take pictures? It's like, sure.
No one liked that.
You just tried to click the play button on screen. I'm sorry that I kept it paused.
You're welcome.
So here the focus is a bit of an issue. And considering how dark it is, it's good having the f4 aperture. Like if we put it at f12 or something, f11 I mean, or something, then it would be very, very grainy. But we're stopping here at the bus stop. And we're changing it to manual focus.
Not the road. Bill Farah said, where are you heading? This looks like way up north. It's not. It's way down south. We are...
I think the focus is here. So it could probably be a little further out.
Yeah, we do have the...
So if the focus is here now, maybe it should be over here.
An official Sikh says,
I don't know. It depends on like
my experience is
where
consumption
where
starts
would you
from-
most often be looking? Where does it matter the
An
most?
official Sikh says, we might buy a caravan in Emma Buddha. Would love to visit you guys. Yeah, absolutely.
I some days feel they do 6 hours and some days, yeah. Some days like 4. But these weren't. Oh, keyboard has died.
No, they were not.
Ah, it's back again.
I mean, I used them to stream.
Yeah, but then they were on charge quite a bit.
Oh, okay. But maybe didn't charge fully after that.
Oh, Seek, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yours were
Hmm.
fully charged, 'cause that's the one I had, probably.
Oh.
And then this was the one you had that I only charged for a little bit after your stream until
Mm.
this started, which
Yeah.
is only like half an hour. So it's probably close to full.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, commercial use it gets very complicated.
Yeah.
I think it's both good and bad. Like, I loved it,
Issue with
but
having
there was no laws for
like
drones in Sweden,
receiver died,
except
'cause the
don't
battery
fly close to airports.
and the streaming rig died.
But at the same time, I feel it's a little weird
Without a battery, and now
that you, as a private individual, aren't allowed
that I
the privacy of whatever you want in your backyard. And then there's the surveillance of secret areas as well, and for burglars and stuff.
have audio alerts.
There's a lot of things about drones that are
That'd be really cool. And
a little weird.
no
Why are so many houses painted red? Because the most popular color in Sweden is
when we get home now,
a practicality.
plug in and
It's a
go down. So I'd have to restart the stream.
natural product,
On
a
this
byproduct from iron manufacturing.
the HDMI cable,
So it's got like iron particles in it,
and then it could be
and it's I don't know. I don't think it's called mud, but let's use it to explain the problem. It's not like an acrylic paint or like an oil-based paint, which gets like a solid coat that you can touch. Like as soon as it dries, you can put your hand on it and it's fine. No, the Falu röd färg, as it's called, it's more of a powder,
nice
and it stays like a powder.
mods.
Yeah, iron oxide and dirt and a few other binding agents, but simply explained, it's iron and dirt, And the perk of that is when it rains and when weather wears on it, the powdery paint just sort of falls off. And instead of having to scrape the bleached and the dull color from the acrylic paints, you use a broom to just sweep it, and then you apply the next coat. So if it's a residential house, maybe every 10-15 years you spend an afternoon and you've repainted your house, and it's cheap, it's dirt cheap. Whilst the acrylic paint might last you 25 years, but it takes you like a full week to redo it, and it costs twice as much. So overall, I mean, these are just to explain the point kind of numbers, but overall it's much nicer. And on a barn or something like that, where you don't care for like perfect finish, you can repaint it every 15-20 years even with the iron oxide paint. So for me, the biggest reason why I love that paint is the fact that you don't have to scrape. You can just brush it off and reapply a new fresh coat. Drawback, it never settles. So if you have like a white t-shirt and you lean against a building, you ruin that t-shirt basically. You'll have red powder all over your clothes. We do not have that. We have the acrylic paints on our house, like a classic house paint. Sure, it makes it a little shinier because the Fall Refa is matte. Really, really matte, really dull in color. Like if we go back a little bit. That might be Fall Refa. I'm not sure. But like that is Fall Refa 100%. 100%. I think that one is probably that one too. I'm not sure about that one. It's hard to see in the moving car. But if you see it in person, you can tell the difference. And this is how it looks when it's old. Oh, it pulses like that. It's like, it becomes like more of a maroon color and blackish. So this one is like probably 40 years old since they painted it. And it would take so little effort to make it look brand new again. See if we can film our house. Yeah. So ours is like super shiny. The red. It's like lush and shiny.
A little more fuel than normal. I looked there anyway.
I was filming my legs. Why didn't no one say anything? Leg stream.
So how often do you eat? Watching our everyday life? Just haven't done it. So
Oh, that's dark. Chat, I think this was a fantastic day of streaming. So little delay. That is just bonkers. And I'm mega excited for the batteries. I was very hesitant on what to get. And in the end we got two 95 watt hour batteries. I thought we will likely be flying somewhere. We might even be flying as soon as to TwitchCon. And if we do that and bring the stream, I don't want to be stuck with a 300 watt hour battery that we can't bring as carry-on. We'd have to check it in and like have dangerous goods labels on it, and it would cost extra probably. So I got two 95 watt hour batteries instead. And we can also get more. We can get like, I don't know, 4 of them. However many we need. And they last about 2.5 hours each. 2 to 2.5 hours each. So 2 of them is 4 to 5 hours. But one battery charges faster than the other one depletes. So at home, it would be set a 2-hour timer, take the charged battery, put it in, and then put the other battery on charge. Or plug the charger directly into the camera rig itself, which is also possible. So the only reason you wouldn't have two plugged in all the time is weight. If you're carrying it and you want it to be as light as possible, you can run one battery at a time. It is very late, Gurren Dragon. Why haven't you told me to go to bed, huh? It's your job. Yeah. 225 grams. Image stabilization. I saw the Finnish YouTuber. Was it Matti or something like that, right? He tried it out. There was something with it I didn't like. I was like super hyped on the idea. $700. It's cheap. And it's light. 200 versus 600. It might sound like 400 gram might not sound like much, but it's a world of a difference. Like it's huge. Just today I took off the wireless broadcaster. And that's like 250 grams less. Absolutely fantastic.
The front is very big.
Oh, it's big on that little camera. Small. Tiny lens.
That's a f8 right now. And the exposure composite.
That's a lot of distortion, though.
Let me raise it up a little bit more. No, it doesn't. Oh, there we go.
I remember discarding this from my wish list. I don't remember all of the reasons. I've been trying to sell the idea of the 16 to 35p SED. For the weight, it would be a 200 gram savings. And
it's a Sony product. It's a 16 to 35 f4G PZ.
And as much as I would like the 35mm zoom, because 24 is not enough, and I would love the saving of 200 grams, but I ran the entire stream today, pretty much, the entire stream on 12mm, and that was almost not wide enough for hand holding. So I don't know if I would want to give that up for a longer lens. I mean, when I film Siri, when she's the talent, right, and I'm only filming Siri, I think 35mm is fantastic because it creates such nice isolation, and especially this lens, which creates that super creamy bokeh.
A lot of time when I want right, you zoom in and you just do that. Yeah. Fits the vlogging style better than like me, of course. Look, you can control distortion. This is far less exciting.
In the end, I'm very happy with the kit we have, and I don't think a lens is the next reasonable upgrade for it.
Cushion distortion at 35mm and 24mm, and the new one, which is better corrected. And there's no competition at 16.
Yeah, a lot of vloggers use it as 1635.
And there's lots of it.
Yeah.
Filtering what? That must be metal, right?
If I had the
Sony decided to just use plastic filter rings.
tilt-a-float rig, then I can have a longer stick and I can get the camera further away. And then something like a 16 to 35 would be fantastic, especially with the motor zoom. Because then I can have a Bluetooth zoom remote. So I could zoom in whilst the camera is all the way over there. That would be sick. But the 1018 f4 I remember discarding strongly. I think it was like how the focus motor works. And also in the field, right? When you're running and gunning, having the limitation to only be able to use 12, and if you go too far, it looks just wonky. I tend to always use lenses like at 24 to 70. I tend to use it at 24 or 70. Not so much in between. It's like hard stop to hard stop. And I think I would dislike the 1018 for that. That I can't go edge to edge, but rather I have to look at when it disappears. If it was for photography or vlogging, where it's offline vlogging, it would probably be fine. But for live work, it would be one of those creating problems, less conveniency kind of things. And I already think this setup is way too complicated. I would want to remove like 5 cables and neat it up a lot. A lot. Which, yeah, we are doing it, and it's getting better and better. Chat, it's been fun today. If I'm to be back tomorrow and get things done tomorrow, I need to go to bed. It's 2 a.m. Fantastic time to go to bed, and I'm super happy. 12-2 prime and use clear image zoom. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Do they have that? Does that exist? A 12mm FE lens?
They've got kids and dogs. We love kids and dogs. It's fine.
I mean, from Laowa with manual focus, and from Samyang, that's a fisheye. $14. They do. I think I could live with 14. I think I absolutely can live. And it's a GM? It probably weighs 480 grams. 460. 4 by 3 3/8 inch. 4 inches. That's tiny. That's tiny. What is that compared to copy, paste, and then we change this to the 35 f1.4 524, but that's not it. Lengthwise 96 versus 99, so it's actually longer. That's probably because the hood is built in. The hood is protruding from this. So it's actually bigger. Yeah. Close focusing this on 25 centimeters. 27. This thing, it must be super rare. Super rare. And also, like, you can't fit an ND filter to it. And I think the widest you can go in a matte box is 16. I think 16 is the widest you can go in a matte box.
Lens is it does come with a 9.8, 6-stop, and 3.0 or 10-stop filters. Of a filter, and this is.
Oh, they have a rear filter system for it? Never mind then.
Somewhere between one to go in shooting.
Yeah, then you're good.
I used came with.
I'd love a rear filter system for the 12 to 24.
Take the filter, put it into place there, and then rotate the locking mechanism, and that's all it takes to get ready to go in shooting.
The Haida kit I used came with 4 ND filters, starting with a 0.9 or a 3-stop, 1.2, 4-stop, 1.8 6-stop and
Wilby Dogs, you have got this wrong. I don't want to buy followers. I want followers to buy me.
control over the end result in
Thank you,
terms of
Jack.
exposure time. And this kit will cost somewhere between 100 and 150 US dollars when it comes to market.
I'm still waiting for like,
Variable approach to aperture
because lenses in the future. I mean, the leaps and bounds they've done in my short 14-year career as a photographer
racking throughout it. You can also put it into auto mode.
is insane. And I'm like, oh, it can't possibly get better. It can't possibly get better. But I think that's so wrong. I think Sony's proving that with the 2470 GM2. It's the sharpest I've ever seen. And it weighs less than anything else. Like it's 60% the weight of the Tamron. No, the Samyang 24-70 f2.8 that you have, Jack. Right, Jack. 60% of the weight. It's like immense. And I mean, that's not just flying it on a gimbal. How it feels handheld for photography. It's a world of a difference. Like we want these full frame cameras, but what we really want is a point and shoot. There's nothing innately. I mean, you get a larger camera, you can physically fit more buttons. But I think the Sony Alpha series bodies are so small that they're not ergonomic nor comfortable anyway. Ah, that's true, Jack. FX6 is a solution to all my problems. SDI, I'm like so horny for SDI, Jack. I would never, and Siri wouldn't allow the FX6. Ooh, she wouldn't, and that's fine. I'm kind of, I feel like the FX6 is old tech as well, but it's a very complete camera. It would be a joy. It's a little bit more for an easy rig. But I could see a setup where I have the Sony A7S III with the 12-24 on the Tilta float, and then I have an easy rig with an FX6 on it and like a 85mm lens or something. So I can double camera. Woo. Now then people would look weird at me. Let me tell you. That would be absolutely insane. But yeah, I was saying that we want the quality of a big camera in the body of a small, and that is coming. Like it's moving that way so fast. And the only reason you want a big camera like this is the ports and the cable connections, and also all of the physical buttons that makes it faster to use. But for a gimbal, you don't need any of that. And you can get a long way with software menus. I love the DJI, what is it called? 4D? Like this thing. I love it. The menu system is like probably the best I've seen in a camera. I haven't used this, of course, but it seems so good. And the fact that it has like a ultra bright daylight viewable viewfinder included, it's fantastic. This one and an easy rig, it's such a package. But then again, an easy rig, I agree with Jack. You've had this opinion, I believe, that an easy rig is more beautiful of an image than a gimbal. And I 100% agree for content that is cut. If you're doing a cut offline video, an easy rig is so beautiful. A heavy camera and an easy rig is the most beautiful. But when doing streaming, I don't regret getting the gimbal over an easy rig. It makes, I believe that over time, like in a longer viewing session, it makes it more enjoyable. And it's so much nicer to work with. So much nicer to work with. Like I can I can fiddle with other stuff and sort of trust the camera is just being stable enough until I can give it full attention. 4 kilometer wireless range. That's just unnecessary. I'm tuning out, chat. It's been fun. Thank you for everything today. Especially thanks to Blackjack for a resub and a $100 donation. And Nick with his Prime sub. And Osmond with his Prime sub. And Fire with his 11 month? No, with his resub. 11? 59 month resub.